sure people are protected. But Pepco doubled down on their request for higher rates and even called their new proposal a rate freeze in bad faith. During a once-in-a-lifetime event, Pepco executives chose profit-making over protecting their people. And in fact, in an Exelon shareholder event earlier today, that's September 29th, they're already planning on profiting from future investments in DC. There's nothing just or reasonable about that, and without a doubt, it's not in the public interest. The facts are that Exelon and Pepco's executives aren't moving us closer to reaching our climate goals, and they're absolutely not ensuring that our electricity rates stay affordable. And if they get what they want, the commission will have even less authority to apply oversight. It's said that mergers create efficiency, and maybe that's true. This proposal would extract profit off the backs of working DC ratepayers more efficiently than they ever have before, sacrificing the health and dignity of our neighbors and our climate goals in the process. This proposal to us is proof that we indeed need a change. We need an energy system that's democratically accountable at every turn, one that puts people first and doesn't take a cut of every utility bill for profit, one that takes DC's climate goals seriously instead of quietly trying to squash them. We need more democratic power, and it starts by rejecting this rate case. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Call the next witness, please.
Thank you. The next witness is Philip Houghton. Mr. Houghton, are you on the line? Next, we'll move to Mr. Ren Patton.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ren Patton. I am a DC resident in Ward 3, and I'm here on behalf of the Sunrise Movement. Sorry, let me pull up my notes here. The Sunrise Movement is an organization, if you're unfamiliar, of mostly young people. We are fighting to stop climate change and create millions of good jobs in the process. And here in the DC hub, we are mostly young people in their early 20s who just graduated college. We've got some older people too, but the average age is 22. And when you're 22 and experiencing the second major recession of your young life and entering adulthood during a global pandemic that has the richest billionaires, we've seen them gain even more astronomical wealth while the working class is barely skimping by, you really start to question what is going on around here. And a big part of our theory of change here at Sunrise is that it's a very big us out here, like the we, in the we the people, all of us, the non-millionaire class. We are most certainly the majority, but we don't have any power. And in the fight for a livable future, because honestly, that's all we're really asking for between now and 2050, is a shot at good jobs and a livable future. In this versus them fight for a livable future, the them is a very, very small group of billion-dollar companies that are tied to the fossil fuel industry. And there is certainly no question that utilities like Pepco and Exelon are tied to the fossil fuel industry. We've now seen for decades across the country that most private utilities are actively resisting the clean energy transition, and many are actively buying off politicians with campaign contributions to do it. The electric utility industry is a barrier to solving the climate crisis, and that has to stop. Younger generations are demanding that it stop because we'll be around in 2050 when the decisions you make this decade right now will have an impact. This price hike would go to increasing profits, not towards renewable energy. Pepco admits their price hike would not fund deployment of clean energy, and they have provided zero evidence that the price hike advances DC's climate goals. Their construction plan budget does not include any battery storage or distributed solar, and currently Pepco derives only 6% of its energy source fuel mix from renewable energy. DC has the most ambitious energy goals of any city in the country. 100% renewable energy by 2032, and that's going to be a challenge if we carry on with business as usual. And I'm here on behalf of the young people in DC to ask that you stop kicking the climate mitigation can down the road for future generations to deal with. We need you to act boldly right now. Pepco's proposal doesn't even attempt to support DC goals. They need to go back to the drawing board and make a plan that actually reflects the public interest, because this ain't it. We are out of time for business as usual, and we will be opposing everything they do that doesn't get us closer to our climate goals. And I sincerely hope this commission will join us by rejecting this request for a price increase. Make a decision here that is really in the public interest and reject rate case number FC1156 because we've got to do better. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call James Harnett. Mr. Harnett? Next, we'll move on to Catherine Nielsen.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Kate, and I'm speaking on behalf of Metro DC DSA. PEPCO's plan to increase its rates over the next 3 years places an unjust economic burden on DC's most vulnerable residents and reveals an unrealistic long-term plan with change. And that is why we strongly oppose PEPCO's multi-year rate application and ask that the PSC reject it. First, and most importantly, we simply cannot afford higher utility bills. PEPCO's rate application overwhelmingly affects its residential customers. Already, a quarter of DC residents qualify for low-income energy assistance, and of those who qualify, Black residents are overrepresented. Single-parent households and the elderly are also overrepresented among that pool. And that was before the pandemic triggered our current economic recession. The cascading economic effects of the COVID-19 closures make it especially important that we stand with those in our community who are energy burdened as it is. The PSC cannot allow PEPCO to raise its rates because of the unjust impacts it would have on the DC community. And the PSC must step in to protect DC consumers because PEPCO has not been forthcoming about how its proposal would impact DC residents' energy bills. They say that they are freezing rates, but in reality, PEPCO is using the benefits that have already accrued to its ratepayers to obscure the fact that they are increasing our utility costs. But make no mistake, it's still a rate increase in the middle of the pandemic. And so what exactly does PEPCO plan to do with its increased cash flow? Based on their rate application, we know that PEPCO is not investing in the kinds of infrastructure that will ensure a just transition to renewable energy. Even as historic rainfall floods basements in Eckington and the 5th hottest DC summer on record wraps up, PEPCO wants to pretend it's business as usual. There are no capital improvements in this application that would bring it in compliance with DC's clean energy goals, and it will already take a huge effort to transition its current energy mix to 100% renewable energy. With the current proposal before the PSC, PEPCO has revealed to us that it's unserious about meeting the challenges to switch to clean energy. And this is inadequate and unacceptable given the scale of the climate crisis that the DC area is facing. At a minimum, PEPCO should face increased regulatory oversight, not less. And they should absolutely not be allowed to lock in rate increases over the next 3 years. It's clearly an unjust and unreasonable proposal, and the PSC should recognize that and reject this rate application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next witness.
Thank you. Next witness is Will Flagel. Mr. Flagel, are you on the line?
No, he's not going to testify.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Alyssa Morrison. Ms. Morrison? Next, we have Andrea Crooms.
I'm here.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Crooms, and I am a resident of Ward 5 here in Washington, D.C. I am opposing the rate case as it exists for 3 reasons. The first reason is that the multi-year rate plan is overly complicated and compounded by PEPCO's numerous errors. I'm an energy professional, an attorney, an engineer, and fully trained by both NARUC and the Institute of Public Utilities. And still, I have spent over 60 hours of my own time in an attempt to understand this application. It is impossible for the ordinary citizens of DC to effectively understand what is going on in this rate case and determine how they could testify in a way that would effectively meet their needs and their desires. I oppose the rate increase because our world is in crisis. Our city is in crisis. I live down the street from the DC area food bank, and I see the lines there, and I see the struggles of many of my neighbors. I look at 40% of my neighbors not being able to meet their needs, meet their bills. I look at over 150,000 people hungry. I look at 1 in 11 people before COVID needing the assistance of that food bank. And I wonder how Pepco could come to the city and ask us to increase any costs on people who are already wondering when the next thing's going to hit them. It's been a very difficult year in the city, not only because of COVID, but because of the civil unrest that has occurred as an attempt to try to achieve some level of equality in this country. We have to expect the investors of the utility to tighten their belts in the same way and suffer the same types of austerity that locals are suffering through COVID. We have to expect Pepco to find ways to cut administrative costs and reduce the burden internally, not seek additional funds from ratepayers. When we look at things like the administrative costs that they're spending just to do collections in the city, the burden is completely unreasonable when asking to increase the cost to the ratepayer. When we get to the end of this crisis, there's another crisis on the horizon. That crisis is already affecting us as we see the hurricanes and the wildfires of this year. We know that the climate crisis is coming. The mayor knows the climate crisis is coming, and the city council knows the climate crisis is coming, and that's why the city has the most ambitious renewable energy goals in the country. And we now have an opportunity within the Public Service Commission to implement those goals, in that there is the opportunity to regulate with those expectations in mind. I'm asking the PSC to take those goals into factor and take the current Pepco filing and see that it doesn't meet those goals. Demand that we look at a utility system that allows distributed solar. Demand that the types of improvements that they make do not add to the energy justice burden already on the poorest wards of the city. Demand that we make actual change in the actual lives of the people who have lived here for generations. Thank you.
Next, pardon me, sir. Next, we'll call Holly Pollinger. Ms. Pollinger, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Maggie Simpson.
Yes, hello, this is Maggie Simpson. Hi there. I am here just on my own. I'm not representing any organization. I've been advised that I should make clear that I have no affiliation with any party to this case, and I haven't received, nor will I receive, any compensation or incentive from Pepco. I'm a resident of Ward 3 in the district. I feel that Pepco is claiming that it will provide customer assistance programs in conjunction with its MRP proposals, but that this is entirely misleading. The COVID-19 pandemic programs that Pepco is planning to offer will last only for a year, and Pepco only wants to provide them if its unwarranted multi-year rate increase plan is approved. This is dishonest, and especially in light of the tremendous adverse impact of the COVID-19 emergency, it's shocking that Pepco is trying to tie proposed relief and rate increases together. The PSC should not be asked to approve a supposed relief program and at the same time have to agree to long-term changes in the rate-setting procedure. These MRP proposals raise questions about forecasting demand, about service, about ways to ensure reasonable rates for customers. Their consideration should not be rushed. After all, Pepco is doing just fine, so what's the hurry? Pepco's doing so well, in fact, that the CEO of its parent company, Exelon, made almost $15 million last year in salary and stock options. And the president and CEO of Pepco Holdings brings in over $5 million annually in total compensation. Clearly, to pay such compensation, Pepco and its affiliates are making massive profits. Bundling its MRPs, which are designed to generate even more profit, with proposals to assist consumers during this health and economic emergency seems disingenuous at best. In fact, it appears to be a blatant attempt to hold consumer relief hostage to getting an agreement to higher rates and a bad rate-setting process in the future. I asked the PSC, would you demand, please, that Pepco propose a consumer relief program separate from these MRPs? And please do not pass the MRPs without a longer period for review and analysis of their implications. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Keith Pershankin.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've lived in Washington, D.C. for 3 years now. I don't have stock options. I'm just a working class guy. Other than being somebody who grumbles about the traffic on 66 and routes for the Nationals, who I am is someone who recognizes the knife's edge that many thousands of our neighbors are currently standing on. Never before in our lifetimes is this more real than it has become since the economic disaster caused by decades of federal apathy compounded by COVID-19, the unwillingness of our elected officials to address the fundamental and underlying disorder that gnaws at the heart of American life. This is the economic inequality that is keeping millions of our countrymen in terror and indignity, of which the country with the world's largest economy should be rightly ashamed. We have an opportunity to halt another in the series of injustices that afflicts our people. And that's why I urge you to reject Pepco's profit mongering. The people of Washington who are under attack by a pandemic that has devastated their jobs and a system that's left them without health care cannot afford to pay higher bills for an essential service, all in the interest of satisfying the corporation's profits. Second, I urge you to enact a district-wide moratorium on utility shutoffs. Protect the people when we need it most. Don't leave us out in the cold as our children connect to school, as we shelter inside to preserve our health, and as we cling to each other against the raging storm outside. And let's use this crisis as an opportunity to build back better. Eliminate DC's contract with Pepco and help start a utility that is owned and managed by the people by increasing prices, meddling in DC politics, and actively working to stop climate action. Pepco and Exelon have consistently shown that they are not operating in the public interest. The creation of a publicly owned and managed utility would allow the district to reinvest its profits into its own energy infrastructure, ensure clean air across all neighborhoods, and create jobs to help us build the recovery that we so desperately need. A previous speaker mentioned that families are already having to choose between buying food, paying their rent, and paying their utilities. Do not make that choice any more difficult for those families. Make the moral choice. Stand up for the people, not corporations. Stand on the side of history. Stand with the American working class. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Haley Harmon. Haley Harmon, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Christopher Bangs.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. So my name is Chris Bangs. I am a Ward 2 resident, and I am an activist with Metro DC Democratic Socialists of America, although I'm testifying as myself and not the organization. I'm testifying to urge the commission to reject the rate hike. The rate hike is already is proposing increases to our bills when they're already too high. According to We Power DC, something like 50,000 Pepco customers have fallen into debt with Pepco just during this pandemic alone, and that's even on top of the regular and far too high economic burden that utilities place on working families in DC. Sadly, also in DC over the last few decades, we've seen more and more Black people and working class people being forced out and priced out of our neighborhoods while fancy condos are being built. So too many people are facing too much of an economic burden, and adding the significant price increase would just make it worse. What's more, Pepco doesn't need this money. Pepco made something like $110 million of profit in the first quarter of 2020. And executives are saying that they can expect even more profit if they get these price hikes. So Pepco does not need this money to run an electricity system that works for DC families. They are just looking for the rate increase to line their own pockets. It would also weaken our regulatory oversight and permit them to raise prices again in 2021 and 2022. So in my opinion, we can't trust them to act in our interest. We can't give them pre-approval to continue to raise our electricity prices, and we need more oversight of Pepco, not less. Maybe most importantly, we are in the middle of a climate crisis. We've seen it so dramatically this summer with the wildfires all across the West and the extreme hurricanes and all of the other ways that the climate crisis has really killed people and destroyed lives and destroyed homes and communities, and will continue to do it. We need bold climate leadership and not more of the same. And this price hike will not even go towards renewable energy. Pepco has not been a leader on clean energy, and it has not promised to be a leader on clean energy with this money. So I want to speak in support of all of the We Power DC demands to reject this price hike, to enact a permanent moratorium on utility shutoffs, to cancel all utility debt, to keep the workers who work for Pepco and work for our community safe, to invest in green recovery, and to ultimately eliminate DC's contract with Pepco and start a community-owned utility. So again, I urge you to reject this rate case and stand with working people in DC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we call Sarah Raintree. Sarah Raintree, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Lewis Davis. Lewis Davis, are you on the line?
If you're on the line and you're trying to speak, we can't. Oh, there we go.
There he is.
We can't hear you if you're speaking. Mr. Secretary, do we have the speaker on?
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
Do we have the speaker on the line, or if not, move on?
Hold on one second. I saw him, but it appears that he dropped. Hold on. May I have a moment, sir? I see him. Hold on one second, please. Let me send a message to IT.
He needs to unmute his device. Mr. Davis, we can't hear what you're saying. You need to unmute yourself.
Please move to the next speaker and we can come back for Mr. Davis since he's on the line.
Thank you, sir. The next person we're gonna call is Irma Kroons.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Awesome. So hello and good afternoon. My name is Amara Kroons. I am a resident of Ward 5. I feel like it's weird that we even have to have this conversation today. Obviously, I think it's necessary that we reject the Pepco price hike. Across America, 200,000 people are dead. We face the highest unemployment rate since the Great Depression. The economy of DC is devastated. We're all sharing a time of mutual suffering, mutual unity. Everyone's having a hard time, but for some reason we think it's unfair for Pepco's investors to share that burden. Like, the gall and absurdity of proposing a rate hike at this moment in our history is just stunning and reprehensible. In a moment when we should be working as a community to support each other, this is what we get. I don't understand why we aren't talking about how to keep families' power on. I don't understand why we're not talking about how to protect DC's taxpayers. How is it in this moment that our concern should be Pepco's investors who already have essentially a guaranteed profit. People are going to use power. Maybe just once they can accept that gift for what it is, rather than squeezing us for all that we're worth. In case it hasn't been clear, I want to reiterate my request that we reject this rate case, that we reject this price hike, and this disgusting attempt to kick the people of DC while they're down. That's it. Peace.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Ed Lazari. Ed Lazari, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Yesenia Rivera. Yesenia Rivera, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Lara Levison. Lara Levison, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Laura. Oops, sorry. I guess I'm backlit. Oh, well. Sorry about that. My name is Laura Levison, and I'm a Ward 6 resident of 35 years and a DC Sierra Club member testifying as an individual. I urge the Commission to reject Pepco's proposed rate increase in FC 1156. Pepco's plan is not in the interest of the public for several reasons. First, as others have so eloquently said, so many people are unemployed or underemployed because of the pandemic, many of them even unable to buy enough food. So this is not the time to raise electricity rates. Pepco's assistance programs are not truly generous since the programs are tied to the rate increase and the company will make money from the assistance programs. Second, there's a bit of background noise. I'm not sure where that's from, but second, before rewarding its shareholders and management, Pepco should make sure that workers who do construction on behalf of Pepco are earning a living wage and good benefits. The jobs that Pepco provides should allow workers to live without the need for public assistance. Thirdly, on a more technical point, the discussion of performance-based regulation and other rate design questions was required in 1156 but remains unresolved. These questions should be returned to active consideration in FC 1130. Finally, as others have pointed out, this plan ignores the climate crisis. When I learned about global warming in the 1990s, I didn't think I'd see the effects in my lifetime, but they're now literally all around us. The first half of this year was the second hottest globally, and the records that go back 141 years. Like COVID-19, climate change will do the most harm to the most vulnerable people in our city. When there's a heat wave and people can't afford to turn on air conditioning or even to have it, they can die, especially the elderly and vulnerable. It's time for all of us, including Pepco, to treat climate change like the crisis it is. Pepco should move rapidly to support and promote distributed generation, energy efficiency, and the electrification of vehicles and buildings. The Commission could also take a step in the right direction on electrification by supporting expanded electric vehicle programs under docket FC 1155 and adding electrification to the whole building low-income efficiency program pending in docket FC 1148. I'd like to suggest that the Commission could also consider instituting a percentage of income payment program like the one enacted in the Virginia Clean Economy Act that is now being implemented in our neighbor state of course, Virginia. I support the joint motion filed in August by the Office of the People's Counsel and all major non-utility parties to this case, was requesting that you direct Pepco to withdraw its rate increase application, dismiss Pepco's multi-year rate plan enhanced proposal, and grant additional consumer relief. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Pedro Alfonso, please. Mr. Alfonso, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Thank you. Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly, my name is Pedro Alfonso. I'm a DC resident and a local CBE providing services to all utilities. And we're located in the District of Columbia. Now I'm speaking today on behalf of the Metro DC Hispanic Contractors Association. Our association is in support of the local utility request for multi-year rate plan MRP. The Commission has stated and by law can adopt an alternative form of regulation as it relates to rate recovery if three conditions exist. First, the protection of consumers. We find that this proposed multi-year plan provides a cadre of consumer incentives that will contain costs. Even if that containment is in the short run, it minimizes the impact and uncertainty of rate hikes for all ratepayers in the future. The proposed revised multi-year plan includes targeted residential customer enhancement that protect local residents, such as not applying any new distribution rates until 2020, extending assistance program, extending consumer-based credit program, and increasing caps on the residential aid discount. This provides a strong basis for consumer protection on the multi-year plan. Second, the company must ensure that the quality and reliability of providing electrical power is maintained. I must applaud the company's progress over the last 7 years since that the ratio hit DC. Tremendous progress has been made in the areas of quality and reliability. But it does concern our members that the company's consideration to forego or delay $60 million in infrastructure work, and this should be closely monitored to make sure that the gains and improvement of reliability of the last few years are maintained. Finally, the Commission is also concerned if such a change would be in the best interest of the public. As a board member of the DC Metro Hispanic Contractors Association and a small business owner myself, it is important that our members have a sense of certainty and transparency when it relates to expected increases in energy costs of our businesses. Energy costs looms large in financial stability of any business, and whether it's fuel, electricity, or gas, it's important to have a stability of anticipating costs. An MRP gives small businesses the basic information needed to prepare for potential cost increases, and so do local residences. And they can provide a reasonable budget plan. At the same time, it ensures the local utility will continually be financially stable. It does give us a concern the proposed PEPCO multi-year plan that even with improved change in current regulation to a multi-year plan, that we could face an additional rate increase over 2 years, essentially for 2022 and 2023. We understand that there are increasing costs of energy distribution to include maintenance and enhancements in the system, which must be covered. However, a steady, predictable increase in rate is important to residents and our Black and Brown small business members. If there were ever a year to make this change in the regulation to a multi-year plan, this would be the year. The company's revised plan that considered the impact of COVID-19 on our community is appreciated. Therefore, again, we support PEPCO's request for a change in the rate recovery regulation to a multi-year rate plan. It brings certainty, transparency, and stability to all ratepayers while reducing the cost of annual litigation, and therefore concentrate the resources on maintaining and improving quality and reliability. We must encourage not only the DC PSC, but also the DC Office of People's Counsel to monitor the company's costs, their consumer programs, their commitments to local and small businesses, and the employment of Black and Brown residents, which all these points should be the cornerstone of this new multi-year rate plan. Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Alfonso. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Ed Lazari.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ed Lazire, and I am a candidate for DC Council at Large. I'm here today to ask you to reject rate case number FC1156, the PEPCO rate case. I've spent the last 20 years as an advocate on issues of economic and racial justice in DC through my leadership of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, including advocacy on issues of energy affordability. I know that funds in DC's low-income home energy assistance program run out every year, leaving thousands of families with no help with bills. I personally know families who have spiraled into homelessness after having their utilities shut off. And I'm deeply concerned now about families that cannot pay energy bills in the pandemic because they lost their job through no fault of their own. For all these reasons, we should not allow PEPCO to raise electricity rates and bills on DC households at this time. The added $120 a year alone in 2020 would create added hardship for families who already struggle to pay their bills, most of them Black and Brown. Even before the pandemic, many low-income families struggled with energy bills because low wages and high housing costs left them no room for other necessities. When families spend nearly all of their income for housing, they don't have enough left over for food, bus fare, or investing in their children's future. Family stability and child well-being suffer. This rate increase would worsen all of those. Case FC1156 also would allow additional rate increases in 2021 and 2022 without PEPCO having to come back to the commission. I oppose that as well. This rate increase is not needed and there are no clear benefits. PEPCO Holdings made $110 million in profit in the first quarter of 2020. And when asked by the Office of People's Counsel whether the rate increase would support added clean energy technology, PEPCO said it would not, meaning this price hike would do nothing to further DC's climate goals. Finally, I urge the Public Service Commission to adopt a permanent moratorium on utility shutoffs. The district has a temporary moratorium, but that will end shortly after the pandemic emergency is over, and at that point, any unpaid utility bills will be due. Thousands of DC residents are at risk of being evicted or having their utilities shut off. It would be a moral and a policy failure if even one family faced eviction or loss of utilities because the pandemic eliminated their job. I support a permanent ban on utility shutoffs for anyone who got behind on bills in the pandemic due to unemployment, and I would urge the Public Service Commission to move to a policy to ban all shutoffs, knowing how traumatic and harmful they can be. We must find alternatives to evictions and utility shutoffs. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Lazier.
Thank you. And Chairman, sir, if I may take a moment to remind the attendees to please keep your phone on mute or your computer volume on mute unless you're speaking, please. Thank you. And next.
Davis has sound.
Call the next witness, please.
Yes, sir. Next, we're going to call Ann Malatinov.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly. I'm Ann Malatinov, and I'm representing my Advisory Neighborhood Commission, ANC 3B in Glover Park, Cathedral Heights. Our ANC has submitted several letters to the PSC on this case over the months. We know community engagement is one of the top 3 priorities for the PSC, including listening to the voices of the people. And as you've heard, that is especially important in this case, which has seen the biggest utility rate increase in district rate request in district history, proposed change in the PSC's whole approach to rate making that goes against multiple policies and precedents, and the pandemic that has adversely affected almost all of PEPCO's ratepayers, residents, and businesses. I do not know what is finally going to be on the table in PEPCO's multi-year rate plans because a lot of the details in the enhanced multi-year rate plan have not yet been specified. We don't know what investments actually would be included or not included because there is not a clear list. We don't know what benefits PEPCO anticipates that those plans would provide. That has not been provided. PEPCO has not clearly answered the criteria that were set out by the PSC for judging alternative rate making. And the forecast question, which others have mentioned, is really critical. PEPCO has based this multi-year rate plan on forecasts that were made before the COVID-19 virus had even been heard of. And now it has changed almost everything in the way we live and the way the economy works. And all of those forecasts should be revisited and redone. Nothing that is based on those pre-COVID forecasts can be counted on. And it doesn't make any sense to accept multi-year rate plans that are based on those kinds of values. PEPCO rushed into the original multi-year rate plan without taking into account all of the questions and concerns that were raised by stakeholders. And then this June, when it was obvious that the first multi-year rate plan was not going to fly, PEPCO hurriedly put together a new multi-year plan that was designed to sound more appealing. But it is not necessary for PEPCO to get the multi-year rate plan increases in order to provide benefits to customers, the kinds of benefits that many of the witnesses have been recommending. Our ANC put forth 3 points: adopt protections for customers who are having trouble paying their utility bills, So during the next few years, they can get more generous payment plans, be forgiven late fees, not worry about disconnections, get expanded discounts, other kinds of assistance. Many jurisdictions are doing this all over the country. The policies do not have to be tied to multi-year rate plans. Look at the cost PEPCO's already incurred to provide our service, as you always do, and sort out which ones are appropriate for ratepayers to have to cover. OPC found that total would only be about 21 million of the close to 70 million PEPCO requested. You can decide to delay or phase any rate increase needed, maybe use rate credits and spare already hurting customers immediate hikes in their bills, and deny PEPCO's request for a multi-year rate plan. You know where to find the best suggestion. That's the suggestion Commissioner Beverly made in the June 12, 2019 order launching this case, and repeated in your order of July 8. Take the whole idea of multi-year rate plans and alternative rate making out of the current rate case and take it up in a separate process that will be far more open to everyone with a stake in how this works. Consider in more depth the goals and options and implications for the customers and the future of our electric system. How will you correct the problems that arise, especially overcharges? How will you evaluate the forecasts? How will you include future investments that might be part of a 3-year plan? The public needs to be included and informed and heard in these major decisions that affect all of us for the short and long term, as far as our costs and also the future of our infrastructure and our environment. Please take to heart your commitment to community engagement and listen to the serious calls and concerns of the people you serve. Thank you again for holding this hearing, and we hope to hear more in the evidentiary hearings that I hope you will hold. And if you want to consider another community hearing when that's all clear, that would be great as well. We really want to be part of this. You can tell how important it is. Thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you. It's always good to hear from our ANCs. Thank you.
Next, we'll call Peter Quinn Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, I can see you, but I cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing my testimony today. My name is Peter Quinn Jacobs, and I'm a vice chair of the Clean Energy Committee for the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club today. We ask you to reject rate case number FC1156. The DC Sierra Club is dedicated to protecting and improving the environment in the nation's capital. We are a grassroots organization with more than 3,000 dues-paying members and more than 10,000 supporters in the district. So the other day, a friend told me that the bar where she was working is going to close its doors and she's going to be out of a job in 2 weeks. And right now I'm thinking about everyone who works at that bar and everyone else across the district struggling to find a clear path through this pandemic, including the workers who do construction on PEPCO's behalf. The best that most of those construction workers earn from PEPCO is minimum wage, and a larger and larger portion of contracted out construction workers on PEPCO projects actually make less than the minimum wage. And it's at this time that PEPCO is proposing a price hike. After this rate increase, many of the people who build and maintain our electric grid will not be able to afford the electricity that they need to maintain their homes and the well-being of their families. Meanwhile, Exelon's CEO earned over $15 million in salary and benefits last year. The hardworking people of DC deserve better. The cost of living has been steadily rising, and PEPCO has no substantive justification for increasing it further. At a time when its stakeholders are already turning a profit on their investments, PEPCO wants to ask for more money from district residents. And for what? Its parent company, Exelon, wants to improve its earnings, of course, but PEPCO is a regulated company. Because it provides a necessary service, its first duty is to the ratepayers. PEPCO needs to improve its service if it wants to improve its earnings, and the Sierra Club has some recommendations. First, PEPCO should demonstrate that it will work with the government and the community to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. PEPCO should prepare for an increased amount of distributed generation and the electrification of vehicles and buildings. The Commission could start by supporting expanded electric vehicle programs under docket FC 1155 and adding electrification to the whole building low-income efficiency program pending in docket FC 1148. The Commission could also consider instituting a percentage of income payment program like the one in the Virginia Clean Economy Act that's being implemented right now. Second, PEPCO should start compensating its workers more equitably. Compared to Washington Gas, whose contractors earn a living wage, receive affordable health insurance, and are eligible for retirement benefits, PEPCO is pretty far behind. And finally, the matters of performance-based regulation and other rate design questions in FC 1156 remain unresolved. The FC 1156 discussion should inform further inquiry on this subject and be redirected back to active consideration in FC 1130. In conclusion, Sierra Club urges the Commission to reject rate case number FC 1156. It'll further burden low-income families during already difficult times. It will not bring us closer to achieving our climate goals, and it will not improve the welfare of the construction workers who need higher-paying jobs. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Sierra Club.
Thank you, Peter, and we thank the Sierra Club for participating.
Next, we call Pastor George Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
All right, thank you. To the members of the Public Service Commission, I thank you for allowing me to this hearing. George C. Gilbert Sr., pastor of the Holy Trinity United Baptist Church, located at 4504 Galt Place, Northeast Washington, D.C., 219. I am also representing the Missionary Baptist Ministers Conference of Washington, D.C. and vicinity, a membership of 250, representing over 20,000 people. I think it's important for me to let you know that I have lived in Washington, D.C. since 1961. That's 59 years. Several years ago, when Exelon merged with Pepco, we were told, or rather we were promised, that we would have more efficient and better services. We were also promised that the electric service for the citizens of the District of Columbia would be more affordable. I'm sorry to say Pepco has not fulfilled that promise. Here we are with Pepco proposing a $135.9 million increase for services over the next three years. The records show that Pepco Exelon had a profit of $1.1 billion in the third quarter of 2019 and $1.4 billion profit in the fourth quarter of 2019. And I want you to notice, I said 1.1 billion and $1.4 billion and not 1.1 and $1.4 million. When I was in school, I learned that a profit is after all expenses have been paid. Furthermore, the record shows that Pepco has already received rate increases in 2017 and 2018. Based on their history, it appears that Pepco desires or plans to ask for a rate increase every year. This does not seem fair to the rate payers. As one who pastors people who live in the District of Columbia, I have members who are finding it difficult to just put a roof over their heads and food on their tables. With the pandemic, which has hit us hard, statistics tells us that nationally, 16 million people have experienced unemployment, and a great number of these employed people are citizens of the District of Columbia. I find it very insensitive of Pepco to put more burden on the backs of the people who are faced with health issues due to the coronavirus, unemployment,
Hello, Pastor Gilbert.
I believe we lost Pastor Gilbert.
I believe we did. Okay, next we'll call Pastor Graylin Hagler. Mr. Hagler, are you on the line? Pastor Graylin Hagler. Next, we'll call Pastor Lionel Edmonds. Mr. Edmonds, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is H. Lionel Edmonds. I am the pastor of Mount Lebanon Baptist Church in Washington, D.C., a church that has been in the district since 1899. I am also co-founder of the Washington Interfaith Network, of whom I am representing, an organization consisting of nearly 40 institutions and over 100,000 district residents. I live in Ward 6 of the district. The pathway to this hearing at times has reminded me of the songs that I used to dance to by the group called Parliament Funkadelic. And I'll use part of their songs in this testimony to state my case. The Public Service Commission has treated the members of the organizations that I represent, as Parliament Funkadelic would say sometimes, like cosmic slop. The funky, in a negative kind of way, difficulty that we had to hurdle during the mere process of signing up for this hearing deserves a public flashlight to be shined upon it. Maggot brain is the melody that plays in my mind, recalling what we had to go through just to get to this point. The Washington Interfaith Network plans to organize until we tear the roof off this sucker, letting the power of an organized people swing down like a sweet chariot. Now I want to testify briefly that any conversation about a rate increase for PEPCO is premature. It should not even be discussed until greater public benefits from PEPCO to the public sector are guaranteed. In particular, the Washington Interfaith Network is asking PEPCO to adhere to our corporate accountability and racial equity agenda. That is, PEPCO must commit to an increase in the share of PEPCO's investment in Black-owned firms. It must go from the paltry $11 million that PEPCO invested last year in local DC Black firms to the creation of a 5-year, low-interest, $50 million working capital loan program for Black firms. Secondly, PEPCO must commit to an increase in local hiring at PEPCO and their related contractors. That means PEPCO must hire more residents from Ward 5, Ward 7, and Ward 8 of our great city. Finally, PEPCO must commit to expand the use and affordability of green energy, as well as making power more affordable during this grave pandemic. Let the light shine from the lighthouse, shine on us. God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Ms. Lainey Scott.
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you.
To the commissioner, my name is Lynette Scott, and I bring you greetings on behalf of the Missionary Baptist Ministers Conference of Washington, D.C. and vicinity. I am in opposition of PEPCO's proposed rate increase and urge the Commission to withdraw their proposal without delay. And I do that for 3 reasons. First, PEPCO violated the law. They did that when they failed to include in their proposal submitted to the Commission on June 1st, 2020, the details required under DC law that triggers when a utility is requesting a multi-year rate plan. Those details are, and I'm sure the Commission is very familiar with that the increase will protect consumers. 2, that it ensures the quality, availability, and reliability of electric services. And 3, that the increase is in the best interest of the public. And PEPCO had to demonstrate that its increase met the Commission's 10 criteria for alternative rate-making mechanisms. Because PEPCO's application failed to include any of the above information, the application is necessarily deficient. So it would be no different than me, a licensed attorney, electronically filing a document in the wrong courthouse with the wrong names and the wrong information, but expecting the case to move forward anyway. This is absolutely unacceptable. And more than that, the filing would be dismissed by the court, not because a motion was filed, but because the court would dismiss it on its own. And so it is with PEPCO. The application should automatically be withdrawn. Second, and as so many others have stated before me, COVID has rocked the nation to its core. The economy is crippling. Folks are wondering how they will make ends meet. And the very last thing anyone wants to hear about is an increase, unless, of course, the increase is to their bottom line. And so for PEPCO, who lacks no financial artillery, to be talking about an increase, it completely demonstrates how tone deaf they are. And so I would ask that PEPCO, if they're going to consider anything, consider how it can extend grace and mercy, particularly to the community and those from low-income backgrounds, such as myself in Ward 7 and 8. Finally, third, the consumer will ultimately have to bear the cost of this increase. And what PEPCO has yet to explain is how this increase benefits the consumer. And so the cost to benefit analysis has yet to be expounded upon. And so with that, thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Pastor Frankie Grayton. Mr. Grayton, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Frankie Grayton, Ward 6 resident and member of the Missionary Baptist Ministers Conference of DC. I'm also connected to Washington Interfaith Network and support their work in this effort. I was a local plumbing contractor for years, and so my heart is saddened when I think about the amount of money that PEPCO has spent with contractors and the small amount of money that they have spent out of their annual budget with minority contractors. I do want to say, too, that I'm not being compensated for my testimony today. I do believe that the rate increase should be denied. DC has been a place that recently has become hostile to people of marginalized people and people of low economic, people who are at the bottom of the economic food chain. And PEPCO would make it even more so. And so I would think that PEPCO's rate increase would make it more hostile towards people who are struggling within our city. Preachers serve 2 tasks. One of those is to speak to the people for God, but it's also to speak to power for the people. And a rate increase is not in the best interest of the citizens here in the district and the suburban areas. And so it would not be in the best interest of the citizens for a rate increase. It might be in PEPCO's best interest for a rate increase, but it is not in the best interest of the people here in the city. And so we ask you to reject PEPCO's proposal, and I respectfully submit my my testimony. Frankie Grayton.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Louis Davis. Mr. Davis, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
And sorry for the snafu earlier. Good afternoon. I'm Louis Davis Jr., State Director of AARP District of Columbia. And on behalf of AARP and our 83,000 members in the District of Columbia, I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the PEPCO rate case filing. For many of our members and others age 50 plus in the District of Columbia on low or fixed incomes, there is simply no room in their household budgets for 3 years of electric distribution rate increases. AARP has been an active participant in the PEPCO rate case, but not as a former intervener. Our request to have the case reconsidered in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the case was unfortunately rejected by the PSC. We also supported the intervener's motion to have the case withdrawn entirely due to data flaws, but that too was also rejected. We were disappointed in both orders. The Office of People's Counsel renewed its motion in a pleading dating September 15th, which we also support. PEPCO has provided no assurance that it has implemented quality control mechanisms to ensure the reliability of future data. In both MRP proposals, PEPCO plans to change its billing determinants annually. As such, the validity of the data used to calculate the billing determinants is essential to PEPCO's plan design. The multi-year rate scheme proposed by PEPCO would allow for rate increases for 3 years in a row, adding up to 15% increase in their electricity rates as originally filed. Typically, rate increase requests must be filed separately, 1 year at a time. The process requires giving the PSC a thorough opportunity to review the filing using actual costs. Giving PEPCO authorization to raise rates for multiple years in a row is poor public policy. Whether it be the federal income tax cut or the pandemic, the future is too unpredictable. 3 years of pre-approved rate increases without that full accountability before each increase is unacceptable. AARP urges the PSC to reject this request entirely and require the standard review process for each rate increase request. 1 year of rate increases is enough. Additionally, PEPCO is requesting a 44% increase in the customer charge on monthly bills from $15.09 per month to $22.60 per month, phased in over 3 years. Customers must pay this charge before they even turn on their lights. If this request is approved, it will make the PEPCO customer charge in DC one of the highest in the country. PEPCO had initially requested a 10.3% rate of return, up from their current 9.52%, a rate of return that is already higher than a national average. Given the drop in interest rates due to the pandemic, we urge this request also be lowered to reflect current conditions. PEPCO also seeks to radically change this regulation using a new system based on incentives or rewards. The new proposed regulatory scheme is more complicated and time-consuming for all involved than the current regulatory system. Further, it could allow special interests to hijack the regulatory system. We also urge the Commission to cease allowing PEPCO to moderate workshops and stakeholder meetings in this proceeding. The PSC staff or commissioners should act as moderators. Further, when interveners make a filing, the solution should be given an order by and from the PSC, not another PEPCO-run workshop. In closing, we ask the PSC allow only a 1 year rate increase instead of 3, make no change to the customer charge, trim all non-essential spending, reduce the requested rate of return to reflect the drop in interest rates, reject the move to incentive or performance-based rate making, and carve out into a separate proceeding if it must go forward. The matter is too complicated, too time-consuming to discuss in a combined proceeding. The PEPCO 3-year rate case must be reviewed in light of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The filing was prepared well before it struck the district, pushing thousands of persons out of their jobs and into unemployment lines and into harm's way if they are frontline workers. Again, there's simply no room in their household budgets for 3 years of electric distribution rate increases. Thank you so much for this time to testify here today.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and we thank the AARP for participating in the proceeding.
Next, we'll call Devon Jones. Devon Jones, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Alfred Swalls. Alfred Swalls, are you on the line?
I'm on the line. How you doing?
Well, thank you, sir.
I don't know why I can't get my video to work though.
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. You don't want to see me, man?
You know, I'm glad to see you. I just don't want to hold us up.
I know. Well, first of all, Alfred Swells, A&A Premium Paint Distributor. I'm a business owner here in the District of Columbia, CBE. And the first thing I'd like to say is Ward 4, I've been in business 12 years. And as a private citizen of the District of Columbia, unlike everybody else, I just can't not understand why in the middle of what we're going through here in the whole country, that Pepco feels a need to actually ask for an increase in funds. I just can't understand that. That's, even if there was a strategic plan that happened before this happened, after this occurred, they should have enough business sense and city pride to at least pull it back. And the last thing I want to say before my 3 minutes is up is that as a business owner, I have tried to do business with Pepco over a number of years. Again, like I said, I am a paint distributor. A&A Premium Paint Distributor is the name of my company. And we sell the spray cans from all the different manufacturers that manufacture spray paint. And I have not yet even given an opportunity to even give a bid to them. And I went through the vendors portal and registered my company with them. They're just not really open to really doing business with the local people here for some reason. So I would really say that we really need to look at their business plans as far as before we start talking about giving them increases of our money. We are in the midst of actually doing a disparity study in the District of Columbia, and that's one of the things we need to look at. How do actually companies who actually take money out of DC, how they actually put it back in order to make our communities a lot better? And they, if they want to be part of the community, then they should. If they was actually, we don't even know, from what I'm seeing is that they don't even need this money in order to, break even. It's all about profit. It's not to make the system even better or, make it work better for us or, anything like that. So that's about my testimony is before they really should be even considered a rate increase, they need to at least pull back and see where we at after this particular crisis that we're going through is over. And then we need to also make sure that they really are a part of this community and not just sucking the money out and moving on and taking it to another community and making their community look a lot better than ours. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We look forward to seeing you next community hearing when you testify. Thank you, sir.
Courtney Lane. Courtney Lane, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Laura Peterson. Laura Peterson, are you on the line?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone else on the line. My name is Laura Peterson, and I am a Ward 2 resident, and I'm testifying as an individual. I'm here before you today to strongly urge you to reject the Pepco rate case. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Even when the public health crisis officially ends, there is no end in sight to the economic effects that this crisis is going to have on DC. Many people have lost their jobs or they've had their hours cut, and they're already struggling to pay for things that are necessary just for living. This is not limited to, but it certainly includes electricity. Right in the middle of all of this, Pepco wants people to pay more for electricity, a burden that many simply cannot afford and that will negatively affect their standard of living. Even more than that, there's simply no ethical rationale for this increase. Pepco argues that they need to increase rates to make upgrades to the grid and to meet DC's energy omnibus goals. However, Pepco already makes millions of dollars in profit, and they go into shareholders' pockets, not into the type of upgrades. And they have no concrete plans to act on the goals. They've even admitted that the price hike funds are not going toward clean energy technology. If we want to meet these goals, which we must if we're going to make any meaningful reversal on the worldwide climate crisis, we need to make some major changes, and we need to start making them now. So I urge you to push PEPCO to not only make changes, but put us on a strong path to meeting this goal. It's also frustrating as a bill payer to see a company try to pass on expenses to me that don't actually benefit me or my community or the city in any way, and that I know are just turning into profits for executives and shareholders. If I'm going to pay more for a service, I want it to be very clear what the benefit is, especially when it's something like this, something that's necessary just for survival. PEPCO has just not met that burden. Please reject the PEPCO rate case. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to the community's input and for considering our perspective.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Bryant Avery. Bryant Avery, are you on the line?
Again, we remind all the speakers, if you're not speaking, to please mute your line.
Next, we'll call Akul Yizman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, my name is Aykut Yilmaz. I am testifying as a public witness. I am a resident of Ward 3 and I've lived in the district since 2013. Thank you for the time to speak to you today. The DC Sierra Club, and I support the comments that they submitted today. I'm speaking to you today to ask you to reject rate case FC1156, the PEPCO rate case. And this is personal for me. I am unemployed. The pandemic has made it difficult to find work, to have savings to get by so far. But the other worry about rent, emergencies, and utility bills. I also worry about people less fortunate than me, who are unable to pay bills and are facing eviction and utility cutoffs at this extremely vulnerable time when access to housing, energy, and water is the dividing line between health and illness or even death. And despite being out of work, I understand work can be getting paid to perform a service or to make something. And I'm not sure if PEPCO understands that. The Office of People's Counsel has said that PEPCO has not demonstrated. Instead, PEPCO is asking you to approve a rate increase in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic and economic downturn. People and DC as a whole are barely getting by even with government help that's about to get cut off. PEPCO is asking you to approve a rate increase in the middle of a climate crisis, which is already giving being underwater a new terrible meaning in the world's most vulnerable citizens, as flooding 2 weeks ago showed us. This plan does nothing to acknowledge any of these realities. Instead, Exelon's multimillionaire CEO is asking you to take more money from people who are struggling to give him money for nothing. Money for nothing. Dire Straits ought to be suing him for copyright infringement. Increase rates for the next 3 years? We can't even tell what the next 3 months will bring, let alone the next 3 years. So I ask you, commissioners, please, people in this city are reeling from this pandemic. Reject it as long as PEPCO offers no concrete protections to its customers from shutoffs. Reject it as long as PEPCO doesn't plan to spend even a fraction of the money they're asking for towards addressing the climate crisis. This is the reality of the situation now, and PEPCO doesn't get that. You, the commissioners, do get that and reject the PEPCO rate case. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Lavania Mobley.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lavanya Jeanette Mobley, and I'm a longtime resident and chief owner and Chief Operating Officer of the JPM Group, a human resources and management consulting and training firm. I come before you today to participate as the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia considers a rate-making plan which PEPCO has proposed. The multi-year plan will shift the way the Commission oversees future energy rates and offer flexibility to the impact of COVID-19 in the future. Certainly, at a glance, a rate-making decision might not appear to be timely during this pandemic. Yet, I think we should take a moment and examine what PEPCO has done to support customers during the pandemic. We will find that our local utility has been right in there with us. In March, PEPCO was among the first companies in the nation to suspend service disconnections and waive new late payment charges for all customers and reconnect customers previously disconnected. Of course, being a business person, I can only imagine how much these unexpected concessions have on their bottom line. It also came to my attention in their filing that PEPCO made a cost determination error, which some naysayers point to as a reason to deny the entire multi-year plan. But to their credit, they corrected this error in the filing once they caught it, the mission and opponents. And they took ownership. And in this day and age, I appreciate this transparency. Having worked at the council and having worked with individuals in the city who oftentimes needed help with their energy bills, and to see how the Good Neighbor Energy Fund and many other funds has helped the residents in the District of Columbia, I have to say that they have been a good corporate citizen. I'm also very, very proud of the fact because helping people find jobs for many a year, that PEPCO signed up to be a part of Mayor Bowser's key initiatives, the Infrastructure Academy under the Department of Employment Services. This program has been very successful. In August 2019, the PEPCO utility program graduated the largest and the first cohort of 22 students. Please note that 100% of the graduates were made job offers. This surely shows their commitment. So in closing, I want to say that having listened to the other testimonies, but also more importantly, looking at the benefits that's laid out for customers in the future, and for the reasons I have stated, I support the multi-year plan, knowing full well that the Commission will continue to closely monitor PEPCO's rate changes and ensure transparency in its plans for modernizing the grid in the future. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Rosie Allen Herring.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Phillips, as well as Commissioner Beverly. The United Way of the National Capital Area has diligently worked for over 45 years to support not only businesses, but to transform the lives of individuals and families in the Greater Washington region. We have over 500 nonprofit organizations, as well as corporate and community partners that we are committed to working with to build a strong, vibrant community. We want safe neighborhoods, we want good health, we want excellent schools, we want jobs that pay a livable wage. These partnerships have never been more important than they are today. Together, we must address food insecurity, housing, health-related needs for individuals and families impacted not only by the pandemic of COVID-19, but also those pandemics of social injustice. Not only is the need for support growing among our communities, but our partnering organizations are also experiencing financial strain. For these reasons, we appreciate the advanced proposal that PEPCO has put forth and filing it with the Public Service Commission for the District of Columbia. As part of its multi-year rate, we support it, as well as the announcement that PEPCO made at the time that they would create a program that would provide additional funding to supplement existing energy assistance that many of its customers so desperately need at this time. The proposal that PEPCO filed in its multi-year plan, preceding important provisions that will not only certainly add relief to its customer base, we support freezing electric distribution rates of all customers for the next 18 months, increasing funding available for residential aid discount programs that is so critically needed at this time. We also support extending the customer credit that was secured as a part of PEPCO's merger with Exelon, providing discounted rates to direct service nonprofits as well as houses of worship for a 12-month period, and offering payment plans to customers for up to 2 years to allow them to get back on their feet, and providing zero interest loans to small businesses with a focus on those designated in opportunity zones to upgrade their lighting and other equipment to reduce their energy use and their cost for years to come. These are just a few of the elements that we support in PEPCO's proposal. The sooner these kinds of programs are available to District of Columbia residents, nonprofits, and businesses, the sooner critical financial relief can be provided. While we recognize that at some point there will be a rate adjustment, and we expect the Public Service Commission to make sure that it is reasonable, we also recognize that continued investment in the electric system that keeps us all healthy and provides service and support for our climate, we know that that is a part of our collective future. The proposal advanced by PEPCO attempts to try to balance this longer-term need with the realities that we are all facing as a result of COVID-19 and other tragic events. We appreciate the mission of the Public Service Commission to ensure that the utility companies provide safe, reliable, and quality services at reasonable rates. We ask your consideration of PEPCO's filing in the near term to ensure that there is longer-term certainty for our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we call Marley Kasdan.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Dear Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Marley Kasdan. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm testifying on behalf of 350 DC, a local climate justice organization in the district. I'm testifying today to ask the Public Service Commission to reject rate case number FC1156. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it is more important than ever that the PSC protect DC's working families and marginalized communities by rejecting PEPCO's request for a rate increase. Through this rate increase, PEPCO is aiming to raise energy prices by nearly $136 million and to make an estimated $145 million in profit every year on the backs of DC residents. During this unprecedented economic and public health emergency, rejecting PEPCO's request for a rate increase is critical. Families and workers in DC simply cannot afford an increase in their energy bills. Due to the pandemic, thousands of people in DC have lost their jobs. Latinx women, immigrants, Black residents, and young workers have been hit the hardest. As winter approaches, people will be forced to spend more time indoors, and students are attending school remotely, activities which will continue to increase energy bills. At the end of August, PEPCO reported that over 50,000 customers, that amounts to 1 in 6 customers in the district, have fallen into debt with PEPCO during the pandemic. It is immoral to raise energy prices when DC residents are already struggling to pay their bills. Furthermore, PEPCO's plan would weaken regulatory oversight. In addition to raising energy prices this year, PEPCO is requesting pre-approval to raise energy prices again in 2021 and 2022. However, PEPCO does not need extra money to operate DC's electricity system. After accounting for operating expenses, PEPCO Holdings made $110 million in profit in the first quarter of 2020 alone, and executives are telling shareholders that they can expect to see even more profit if the price hike is approved. We can't allow corporate shareholders to line their pockets when DC residents are struggling to pay their energy bills. Lastly, none of PEPCO's profits from the rate increase would go towards making DC's energy cleaner. PEPCO has provided no evidence that the price hike advances DC's climate goals, and their construction plan budget does not include any funding for battery storage or distributed solar. The Office of the People's Counsel is PEPCO's expensive fossil fuel infrastructure projects. Low-income residents should be included in energy efficiency, weatherization, and renewable energy infrastructure projects to lower their energy bills and build resilience. However, PEPCO is not prioritizing these types of investments. Currently, PEPCO derives only 6% of its energy source fuel mix from renewable energy, while DC is committed to having 100% renewable energy by 2032. The PSC should not allow PEPCO to increase its profits while doing nothing to address the climate crisis. Therefore, 350 DC and our members are urging the PSC to immediately reject PEPCO's request for a rate increase. In addition, we are calling for the cancellation of all utility debt without passing the costs on to ratepayers so that residents can recover and rebuild with a clean slate. Finally, in keeping with the DC PSC mission to serve the public interest, the PSC should invest in a green recovery and support the creation of a publicly owned utility. Having a publicly owned utility operate our energy grid instead of PEPCO would allow the district to reinvest profits in green energy energy infrastructure, meet our renewable energy goals, and create green jobs for a just and resilient future. In conclusion, 350DC strongly urges the PSC to reject rate case number FC1156, and we urge the PSC to continue to provide space for transparency and participation in this rate case. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we call Jean Stewart. Ms. Stewart, we cannot hear you.
Okay, let me try this then. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, great. My name is Jean Stewart. I'm a 50-year resident and tenant in a rental apartment in Ward 1, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I am testifying in opposition to case number FC1156, the PEPCO rate increase case. Since I'm a renter and a retiree on a fixed income, the increase would make it harder for me to maintain my an acceptable lifestyle. If my electricity cost increased by approximately $120 in the first year of this plan, this money would not be available to meet my now more expensive living costs, especially for groceries. As a senior with type 2 diabetes, I am more vulnerable to the COVID-19 virus. While I have health insurance, the rate increase would make it harder for me to meet high copays if I were to be hospitalized. My concerns, though, go way beyond my own welfare. I am also deeply concerned about the effects of a rate increase on my fellow citizens, especially those who are suffering the most from the pandemic and resulting economic crisis. Washington, D.C. has one of the highest rates of inequality of any major city, with the present health and economic burdens falling most heavily on our Black, Latinx, and immigrant neighbors. The double crises of pandemic and job loss is a particularly terrible time to be imposing a rate hike on already disadvantaged residents. Energy access is a human right, especially crucial when families must have basic energy resources for online learning, for jobs that can be performed virtually, and for heating and cooling that are essential for maintaining decent health. PEPCO does not need the rate hike. As many others have noted, PEPCO holds $100 million in net profits in the first quarter of this year, and it's telling shareholders that they can expect higher profits with this increase. Worse, these profits would not be used to move the city forward in its clean energy goals, but will be used for construction projects that would tie PEPCO to an inefficient and outdated power delivery system instead of a more flexible distributed energy system. As someone who participated in the broad alliance of citizens groups working to achieve the passage of the groundbreaking Clean Energy Act of 2018, I am particularly outraged that PEPCO's proposed rate increase would do nothing to get us towards the Act's goal of 100% clean source electricity by 2032. I urge the Commission to reject PEPCO's request, also to enact an enforced permanent moratorium on utility shutoffs, and to require that PEPCO develop a plan to move to a greener future. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Beverly, for the opportunity to testify in opposition to this unjustified rate increase.
Thank you very much.
Next, we call Jean Sue. Jean Sue, are you on the line? Next, we call Richard Lee. Richard Lee.
Yeah, he said he wasn't gonna do it. Wasn't? Yeah, because he said he don't want to.
Richard Lee. Mr. Lee, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
No.
Mr. Lee,
Secretary.
we may come back to Mr. Lee if he can figure out the issues here. Next, we call Cora Williams. Ms. Williams, are you on the line?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly, and thank you for your commitment to engaging our citizens on this important issue. I'm Cora Williams, founder and president of Ideal Electrical Supply, a minority and woman-owned wholesale distributor of electrical products headquartered in Ward 5 in the District of Columbia. We provide electrical and industrial products to the utility and construction markets for commercial building and infrastructure improvements. Since 1991, Ideal has supplied products to the utility industry in support of electrical transmission and distribution systems, gas delivery, infrastructure, and water, for maintenance and operations as well as construction. For well over a decade, we have worked in collaboration with PEPCO to support the goals of providing a safe, reliable, secure, affordable, and clean energy grid. This work has been considerate of the population growth in the District of Columbia, as well as system enhancements that are needed to ensure constant supply of electricity. My research indicates that the proposed multi-year plan fully supports this goal while offering a more transparent and precise view of costs to each customer. As a business owner, the ability to predict cost is an extremely vital component of our operational success. Additionally, during these challenging times, PEPCO has enhanced its proposal by freezing electric rates for the next 18 months while continuing necessary infrastructure and facility maintenance and improvements. I also applaud the provision which offers customers the ability to establish a 2-year payment plan. Based on the flexibility offered by a multi-year plan, PEPCO can offer these innovative adjustments as a positive response to help ease the harsh impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The multi-year plan also allows PEPCO to continue engaging the local business community through its CBE and diverse supplier programs. These programs comprised over 37% of PEPCO's expenditures in 2019, while continuing to perform the work necessary to modernize the grid and making it more resilient and secure for years to come. The plan is structured to retain the Commission's ongoing regulatory supervision, making certain that PEPCO's commitment to creating significant social and economic development benefits are actualized. I have listened carefully to some of the arguments posed against the plan. However, in my assessment, our local diverse suppliers and district residents can take advantage of business opportunities, jobs, and training while supporting expanded customer-generated alternatives. With your approval of the multi-year plan, the stage is set to achieve a broad spectrum of fundamental system requirements under a highly transparent scenario. Increased and improved power capacity will be created to meet the growing needs of all who live and work in the city in a cost manner. At the same time, I encourage the Commission to enact its full oversight to ensure the benefits PEPCO has defined in its proposed plan are realized by its customers. PEPCO customers need this support now more than ever. In closing, let the record show I support the proposal. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Williams.
Next, Mr. Richard Lee. Mr. Lee? Okay. Next, we'll have David Schwartzman.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm David Schwartzman, representing the DC State Green Party. We strongly oppose this proposed PEPCO rate increase, but we're not surprised given the warnings of this outcome in testimony from our party and many others in the DC community in opposition to the Exelon takeover of PEPCO, which was unfortunately approved by the PSC in March 2016. Exelon is the nation's biggest nuclear corporation, and an industry which has been failing despite having been heavily subsidized by taxpayers for many years. Our majority Black and brown working class is now challenged by this deep depression driven by the COVID crisis. People are forced to spend more time indoors and students must attend school remotely. All of this increases energy bills, putting greater burden on people experiencing joblessness. PEPCO's proposed rate increase would raise residential bills in 2020 as well as the next 2 years. Now, speaking as a climate scientist, PEPCO's proposal doesn't even attempt to support DC's ambitious climate goals, as several testifiers have already pointed out, and particularly Sunrise. We strongly support cancellation of pending utility fees, which could be easily financed by Exelon's profit stream. So PEPCO doesn't need this price increase and would harm thousands of DC residents who can't afford these extra costs during the crisis. Now, rather than Exelon owning our electric utility, both our a PSC and a local elected government should seriously consider public ownership of our utilities, municipalizing PEPCO, thereby putting our supplier under full public ownership, made fully transparent, accountable, monitoring, removing the profit-hungry owners who do not serve the public interest. The option of DC public power gained attention during the struggle to block Exelon's takeover of PEPCO. For example, Councilmember Mary Cheh initiated a feasibility study to municipalize our utilities. The American Public Power Association points out that more than 2,000 cities in the U.S. light up their homes, businesses, and streets with public power, electricity that comes from a community-owned and operated utility. Once created, a DC public electric utility could help foster the creation of microgrids throughout DC, thereby promoting community-managed renewable energy systems in parallel to the growing capacity of organic food from neighborhood urban farms. DC could achieve 100% renewable energy supply with photovoltaics on roofs, aggressive energy efficiency, coupled with a regional offshore wind power supply. This transition could be promoted with the timely creation of a DC public bank, receiving our tax revenues instead of Wall Street, partnering with local banks and, of course, small businesses to leverage financing of wind and solar power creation and energy efficient technologies for homeowners, tenants, businesses, and city-owned buildings, as well as truly affordable housing with state-of-the-science energy efficiency. And I'll close with a quote from a Minneapolis resident. What we pay for our utility bills would recirculate back into the city general fund rather than us paying for corporate jets, multi-million-dollar lobbying sprees, lavish executive bonuses, dividends to distant out-of-state shareholders. It is demoralizing that a distant corporate board of directors, in this case Exelon, gets to decide where our energy comes from by monopoly power. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Justin McCarthy. Justin McCarthy.
It's not due.
Okay, sir. Now, we are going to take a break in the proceeding for 15 minutes. So we will see everyone back at 4:17, please. Thank you.
Justified at 4 o'clock. That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting momentarily. Thank you. And just one housekeeping rule, if you would. Can you please remember to mute your microphone when you're in the panelist mode and not speaking? Please remember to press *3 if you are participating via telephone and you hear your name called. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are now back on the record. Thank you.
Please call the next witness, please.
Thank you. We're going to call Lauren Jacobson. Lauren Jacobson, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Miles Holloman.
Yes.
Miles Holloman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Miles Holloman. I'm a tenant in DC. I'm also a minister at Ebenezer Baptist Church. I work in the community, have an outreach love song production that is has implemented a just cause to, intervene in, youth violence. And so I give you a understanding. I've been in DC for 65 years. I was born here, and I've lived in my community for 55 of those 65 years. I'm testifying in protest against PEPCO's proposed rate increase. Although I do not get a bill directly from PEPCO, subsequently, any increase in my landlord's expenses will more than likely be passed on to me. I am extremely uncomfortable with facing an increase as any ratepayer would. The timing for PEPCO's proposal for rate increase seems out of touch with the realities that many families in DC are experiencing. COVID-19 is still a pandemic. Jobs have been lost. Families are having to reorganize to accommodate online learning, and families need to eat. I believe when I last checked that the DC courts have at least 50,000 on an eviction backlog. Now, my reality has PEPCO as the largest electricity provider on the East Coast, having merged under protest with Exelon. However, the money machine that powers the reality of greed and misconduct did persuade a spineless group of politicians, some nonprofits, and small businesses to support it. Truth is, as I find my thought here. Truth is, Exelon exploited our region, giving hundreds of millions of dollars of incentives that force deals that now is pretty obvious will be at the expense of ratepayers. The fact that deal to merge PEPCO Exelon was rushed through a system of scrutiny screams corruption. A DC council member who supported the deal was kicked off the council and is now under investigation. Another reality is that PEPCO's messaging is confused. It's been reported that the organization wants the ratepayers to conserve energy, while language in the legislation allows PEPCO to administer a charge rate to charge ratepayers for lost revenue from low usage. That's shameful. A report says PEPCO's deal to merge was for the purpose of profit increase, to which PEPCO's shares have rose 27%. I find it striking that PEPCO had enough money to pay Metro to extend operation hours for the National Baseball Team's championship games. And I'm sorry, but I believe most of those fans were not from DC. Metro is a multi-billion dollar business, and I might add, most of DC is living from paycheck to no check. Lastly, my discovery resources would allow me to go on with some of this, but my time is up. There is still a lot that I don't know and won't ever know about the improprieties that PEPCO is trying to manipulate with this rate increase. But needless to say, right now is not the time. I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Ms. Holman, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Denise Robbins. Ms. Robbins?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Denise Robbins. I am the Communications Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, where we represent 7,000 members in DC. I'm also a resident of DC Ward 1. I've lived here for over 8 years now. And I'm testifying to urge the Commission to I'm asking this on behalf of the tens of thousands of DC residents who are right now living paycheck to paycheck, who have either lost their jobs in the pandemic or are getting by in unemployment, or they're essential workers putting their lives on the line to keep this city going every day while making minimum wage or slightly more. We are in a pandemic and PEPCO wants to increase our bills. You'd think they better have a good reason for this request, but we didn't get a good reason. According to the Office of the People's Counsel, the request was riddled with errors, missteps, and false information from the start. And it does nothing to address our other major health and economic crisis that has entirely to do with PEPCO's business model. Climate change, not mentioned once. The OPC asked PEPCO if this price hike would fund clean energy. PEPCO said no. It includes no battery storage, no distributed solar, no acknowledgement that this proposal is in line with their very strong supposed commitment to protect our climate. I will add that even if it did address climate change, addressing climate change can be done in a way that doesn't cause bills to increase, especially for low-income ratepayers, if it's done right, through targeted investments in energy efficiency. But PEPCO's proposal does not include any of that. Their proposal would hurt low-income residents the most. Not only are they requesting to raise rates right now, in the middle of the pandemic, they're asking to raise rates multiple times between now and 2023. And they're proposing to weaken the PSC and the OPC's regulatory review process at the same time. They want more money and less oversight for a plan that won't help slow global warming. This is bad all around. Nobody wants this rate hike except for PEPCO's shareholders. The DC government, the PEPCO Workers Union, and the OPC have all filed motions to dismiss the price hike entirely. PEPCO would make $200 million per year from this proposal. They made $110 million of profit in the first quarter of 2020 alone. I'd also just like to remind the PSC that the Commission is now required by law to incorporate the effects of global climate change and the district's public climate commitments in all of its decisions. This is the provision of the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Act, which was overwhelmingly supported by DC residents, overwhelmingly passed by the DC Council. Commissioners, we are looking to you for leadership right now. You've been leaders before. You rejected the AltaGas Washington Gas Light merger initially, and the resulting agreement was much stronger. You initially rejected the Exelon-PEPCO merger, expressing concerns about Exelon's conflict of interest with our clean energy goals. And the resulting agreement was stronger. Some of those concerns are still there. So we're looking to you for leadership again. Please reject this rate hike and make sure that the next proposal is much stronger. We need to help families keep the lights on in the pandemic and to address the climate crisis. Require PEPCO to submit a new plan that will build a better clean energy future, more solar and more wind, that will clean up our air and make our communities more healthy and strong. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Reverend Williams Lamar.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I found some language germane to our work this afternoon on your website. The mission of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia is to serve the public interest by ensuring that financially healthy utility companies provide safe, reliable, and quality services at reasonable rates for District of Columbia consumers, while fostering grid modernization, conservation of natural resources, preservation of environmental quality, and advancement of the district's climate policy commitments. PEPCO is a monopoly flush with cash that does not ensure that all of its contractors earn living wages and benefits. This is diametrically opposed to your mission of serving the public interest. PEPCO is a monopoly flush with cash that only spent $11 million of over $500,000 spent with Black-owned businesses. This is diametrically opposed to your mission of serving the public interest. PEPCO is a monopoly flush with cash that does not hire enough DC residents, despite First Source. This is diametrically opposed to your mission of serving the public interest. PEPCO is a monopoly flush with cash that does not do enough to green our energy or to make power affordable. PEPCO is a monopoly. And in the words of my uncle in my hometown of Macon, Georgia, PEPCO is a gravy train with biscuit wheels. Public Service Commission, you exist to serve the public interest. In a time of pandemic, during the second Gilded Age in the history of this nation, where wealth inequality has never been worse. In a time of great suffering in this city, the only decision that serves the public interest is to deny this fat monopoly, flush with cash, more gravy, and more biscuits at a time when the rest of us are hungry. Serve the people, not the monopoly. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, Reverend Lamar.
Next, we'll call Reverend Lionel Edmonds. Mr. Edmonds, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Corey Stewart. Corey Stewart, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hi there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I'm so grateful to the members of the Public Service Commission for making this possible. My name is Corey Stewart, and I'm a Ward 1 resident testifying as an individual and PEPCO customer. I'm here this afternoon to speak out against PEPCO's attempt to raise already high prices while our community grapples with the economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic. Like many young professionals in DC, I live with multiple roommates in order to afford high rent prices. While I've been lucky enough not to lose work yet during the pandemic, others of my housemates have not been so lucky. We split the cost of utilities, and with multiple of us working from home, we're already paying more than usual. If this rate case is approved, I worry about me and my housemates' abilities to pay our bills. But as we've heard repeatedly today, people not being able to pay their utility bills is not some hypothetical that may or may not happen if this rate case is approved. At the end of August, PEPCO reported that 50,000 customers, that is 1 in 6 in the district, have already fallen into debt with them during the pandemic. Families across DC already cannot afford their too high utility expenses, and as the winter months approach, that number will only rise, especially as we face potential further rounds of job cuts and losses. And PEPCO isn't even asking to just raise the price once. They're planning additional increases for 2021 and for 2022 and asking for pre-approval in order to avoid public scrutiny amidst what's sure to be a struggling economy. DC Chief Financial Officer Jeffrey DeWitt has estimated that the district's current financial woes will last until at least 2021, and wage growth estimates for 2021 are less than 1%. As we've also heard, PEPCO Holdings, meanwhile, made $110 million in profit in the first quarter of 2020 alone. As DC communities tighten our belts, PEPCO expects us to pay them even more so that they can continue raking in profits for their shareholders. It's wrong to pass on their greed to already struggling DC families. Because the funds from this price hike certainly aren't going to be invested back into DC. As PEPCO themselves admitted to the Office of the People's Council, their price hike won't be used to meet what's required of them in order to fulfill DC's green energy goals. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. You know, I wish that we could be here today talking not about a price hike for PEPCO this year and 2 more in the years to come, and we could be instead talking about giving more resources to our already struggling communities or creating a publicly owned utility instead of siphoning more away into PEPCO shareholder profits. I urge the Public Service Commission to reject these price hikes and rate case number FC1156 in full. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call on the registrant with caller ID number 59. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi. May I have your name, please? Yes. May I have your name?
I'm on the list as Lauren Jacobson. Jacobson's my middle name. It's Lauren Jacobson Spokane.
Thank you, ma'am. You may begin your testimony.
Wonderful, thank you. Dear Commissioners, my name is Lauren Jacobson Spokane. I'm the chair of the board of the New Synagogue Project, a justice-centered Jewish community based in Northwest DC with a membership of 250 families. I'm also a DC resident and homeowner in Ward 4, where I've lived for the past 5 years with my husband and now 8-month-old son, who you may hear in the background. I'm testifying on behalf of the New Synagogue Project community to encourage the Commission to reject rate case number FC1156, the proposed PEPCO price hike. As a community rooted in Jewish values and striving for a more just and equitable city, and with members who have experienced job loss due to the pandemic, we stand with our neighbors across the city in opposing the unjust price hike. Thousands of people in DC have lost their jobs, and Latinx women, immigrants, Black residents, and young workers have been hit hardest by our current crisis. As DC continues to be a COVID-19 hotspot, people are spending more time indoors, and students have to attend school remotely. All of this increases energy bills, putting greater burden on people already struggling to make ends meet and harming thousands of DC residents. It's simply unacceptable for PEPCO to be profiting off the backs of those in our community who need support, not higher bills to meet basic needs. After making $110 million in profit in the first quarter of this year alone, PEPCO does not need additional funds to implement its plans. Further, PEPCO's proposed plan will weaken oversight by pre-approving future price hikes when what we need is greater oversight. The additional fees also won't support DC meeting its climate goals, as PEPCO has no plans to use the funds to deploy clean energy technology. We can and must do better as we see the signs of climate catastrophe already devastating communities across the country. In addition to rejecting the immoral price hike, we urge the Commission to enact a district-enforced permanent moratorium on utility shutoffs because energy access is a human right, cancel all utility debt without passing on costs to ratepayers, eliminating late fees, interest, security deposits, and negative credit reporting, which are unfair punishments that burden low-income residents for using an essential service. Keep workers safe by providing living wages, paid sick leave, and PPE to PEPCO's contracted workforce. Invest in a green recovery in keeping with the DC mission to serve the public interest. And finally, eliminate DC's contract with PEPCO and start a community-owned utility, allowing DC to reinvest profits into our own infrastructure. Thanks to the Commission for hearing my testimony. I hope that you'll continue to provide space for transparency and participation in the rate case, and that you will decide to reject PEPCO's price hike proposal in full.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call John Moore. John Moore.
Okay, he's called me. They just called me. I'm good.
Yes, we can hear you, John.
So my name is John Moore. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and a parishioner of St. John's Church, Lafayette Square. And I'm also been over the years worked with Washington Interfaith Network, with the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, been involved in helping start up companies in DC, and on the board of stuff with affordable housing. But I don't get any money for any of this, and I'm not getting any money for my testimony. So I'm speaking because I'm very concerned about this proposal for PEPCO's very large increase in guarantee for an unprecedented 3-year period with no interim accountability or effective interim accountability. I stand along with the People's Council on their objections, which on the surface of it really do mean that this rate case should not be going forward until PEPCO refiles. And I think that's a basis alone for not continuing with the rate case. But I also believe that PEPCO needs to address certain other community-based structural issues in areas affecting the Black minorities in the district. The hiring of contractors, hiring of local workers, paying good wages, providing safe working conditions, but also really addressing the environmental needs of the district, and finally, affordability. I've heard quite a few people have more detail on it, so I'm not going to report on it, but just basically all those things need to be included in any rate case that provides the kind of guaranteed return that is provided to a utility like PEPCO. First, I would, however, like to compliment PEPCO to the extent it's been working in the district to increase the use of solar power and also other types of renewable energy, but it needs to do more. I also would look forward to working with PEPCO to help do better hiring, and in particular, their academy is excellent. So not wishing to state all the points made in the submissions of the Office of People's Counsel, I state that their objections should be taken at full face. In the case of PEPCO's Black and minority contractors, PEPCO needs to make special efforts to identify and provide support to Black and minority contractors. Last year, PEPCO spent only $11 million on such contractors. This low rate is unacceptable. PEPCO should include a concrete plan to improve in this area in its resubmitted proposal. And I do appreciate that there are contractors that have worked with PEPCO, but there are many others, and many of them could be strengthened. In the area of local hiring and labor condition, PEPCO needs to build up its local training at the DC Infrastructure Academy in the district. In particular, needs to require contractors to pay affordable wages and provide better working conditions. In the environmental area, PEPCO should continue to work with solar environmental companies, groups, and with individual ratepayers. PEPCO should be including in its planning, improving its infrastructure to include solar and renewable wind energy. It should also be setting up structures that improve the usage of solar power. There's mesh networks, there are all sorts of things. There are no proposals to address these environmental concerns in this rate increase. I think PEPCO should also help residents in something that's really important and actually would help PEPCO's bottom line, and that is helping residents that need monetary assistance to get the stoves, furnaces, et cetera, to switch from gas, heat, and cooking, which are environmentally negative, contrary to the DC's plan, and also present health concerns. That is something that would be really concrete in helping the district. PEPCO aims to come back with a new proposal to provide relief for DC residents that can't afford to pay. It certainly needs to do something better than just letting its moratorium end with no provision for letting the ratepayers that can't afford to go. So I think they certainly should adopt something like the Virginia plan, where the repayments are based on income. Finally, and most importantly, PEPCO should have a current plan to fund the structures to switch to non-carbon methane-based electricity generation. This is extremely important, and it should not be avoided, and the DC's law and intention to be carbon neutral in the not so distant future is very much part of it. So I thank you for having this hearing, but I do call on the Public Service Commission to fulfill its duties to protect the citizens in all aspects and reject this rate case until PEPCO comes back with something new. Thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Next witness.
Next, we'll call telephone caller ID 63 with the telephone number starting out at 202-583. Is the caller on the line?
Yes, this is Barbara Morgan.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Phillips and members of the Public Service Commission and fellow citizens of the District of Columbia. My name is Barbara D. Morgan, and I live in the 3200 block of O Street, Southeast in Ward 7. I appreciate this opportunity to provide comments in support of the withdrawal of PEPCO's increased request and the call for the dismissal of its multi-year rate hike plan. My comments are presented as a private citizen of the District of Columbia. I'm a native Washingtonian. Let me make it clear that unlike some who are offering comments today, I have not received and do not expect to receive any compensation or other financial incentives from PEPCO. As a lifelong resident who has worked on behalf of the well-being of the citizens' population, including children, family, seasoned citizens, which are seniors, and workers, I am not only disappointed, but appalled that PEPCO would engage in a strategy that is sure to negatively impact the welfare of the city's most vulnerable populations. PEPCO informed the Commission that it had used the wrong information to calculate charges for commercial customers. This is a major error that potentially could also harm residential customers. If it were not for the Office of the People's Council's recent efforts to educate ratepayers about this swift and cruel motion, many of us would be in the dark about the brutal impact this motion will have on our lives. I ask you, PEPCO, are you a partner in this age where lack of transparency is the new normal? How can you push financial hardships on citizens during the worldwide pandemic, which people are struggling for survival? And where is your responsibility to thoroughly educate and inform DC citizens? Turn the lights on, PEPCO. We demand that you put in motion on hold for a complete and transparent review. Individuals and groups have called that PSC reject this motion because the proposed rate hikes are unjust and unreasonable. Thank you, D.C. government. Thank you, the Office of the People's Council. Thank you, D.C. Water, and all who have joined the call for justice of affordable rates. We are counting on you, Chairman Phillips. Do the right thing for the citizens of the District of Columbia. Again, thank you for allowing me to weigh in on this very important matter.
Thank you for your testimony.
And Chairman, before I call the next witness, I would like to ask that all of the registrants participating by phone, if you could please put your hands down until you hear your name. We're trying to track as best we can and in the order that we're going to call everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder.
Okay. And the next witness is Rachel Streeter. Rachel Streeter, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Lugina Shaw.
Hello? Hi, I'm here. I wasn't able to unmute myself. I didn't have the permission just yet.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rachel Streeter. I am currently a Ward 8 resident. However, I'm a second generation Washingtonian. I am a person who was raised by my grandmother, a woman who took on 2 children in DC after being a retired individual. And so her taking on that responsibility, I witnessed how hard it was to actually pay utility costs and utility bills and manage and maintain a household. Also being an individual who also had to witness during the pandemic, my grandmother catch corona, she beat the virus and then went into hospice care. I see the value of utilities. It's something that you cannot go without. So, you know, to have a breathing machine 24 hours a day. And then to also be the mother of a severely asthmatic child. to have him homeschooled currently. Pepco is a company that we rely on heavily in the district, and it's very unfortunate that, you know, they are requesting this rate increase. So I would like to put on record that I am opposed for their request for the rate increase, and I believe the requested amount is excessive and it's not warranted or necessary for a company, for the size of a company such as Pepco. I also trust the expertise of my consumer advocates at OPC, and I would like the record to reflect again that I vote no in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for your comments. And we also appreciate your comments about your grandmother, and we hope that her health improves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Lugina Shaw. Lugina Shaw, are you on the line? We'll call Jasmine Jones. Jasmine Jones, are you on the line? Next, Albert Bradford. Albert Bradford, are you on the line? Sebastian Rosemont.
Yes, hello,
Sebastian,
I'm on the line.
thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and fellow DC residents testifying today. My name is Sebastian Rosemont, and I live in Ward 3. I work in the field of environmental sustainability, and I am an organizer with the Metro DC Democratic Socialists of America. However, I'm testifying as an individual today. I am here today to urge the Commission to reject rate case number FC1156, the Pepco rate case. I have come to care strongly about this case for two main reasons. The first is about the community and prioritizing the well-being of DC residents over Pepco's profits. We are in the middle of an unprecedented economic crisis sparked by the coronavirus pandemic. With a vaccine not likely until next summer, we do not know how the virus will continue to impact the city and its residents through the fall and winter. Thousands have already lost their jobs, including close friends of mine, and businesses are being forced to close. An economic recovery is expected to take years. DC communities are desperate for relief. Meanwhile, Pepco made $110 million in profit in the first quarter of 2020 and has been determined to move forward and raise electricity rates year over year for the next 3 years. All of this despite their application being so misleading and full of errors that the DC government, Pepco Workers Union, and the Office of the People's Counsel filed a motion to dismiss the case entirely. This rate hike is pure corporate greed, and the Commission has the opportunity to do the right thing for DC residents by rejecting it. And the second reason is environmental, which is intimately tied to the health and well-being of DC residents, and is extremely personal to me as a young man hoping to start a family one day. I am proud that DC has the most ambitious clean energy plan in the nation. The Clean Energy Act's plan to reach 100% renewable energy by 2032 is the kind of bold leadership needed to mitigate the climate crisis. Pepco has a crucial role to play in meeting that goal and is failing us, if not actively working against us. Pepco continues to drag its feet with a pathetic 5.5% renewable energy in their 2018 fuel mix report and no signs of improvement. The company's recent construction plans fail to advance or even consider clean energy solutions in the district, such as distributed solar and battery storage. Pepco's determination to put short-term profits over the environment and long-term health of DC residents is reprehensible. This behavior must not be rewarded with 3 straight years of increased profit margins. Washingtonians deserve a government that puts DC residents first and an energy provider that answers to the people and rises to this historic opportunity to be a key player in a green recovery. Not like Pepco, which is plowing ahead against all the evidence and basic common sense to line its pockets during a crisis. The Commission must reject rate case number FC 1156. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today, and I look forward to your decision to reject Pepco's price hike.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call William Gant. William Gant, are you on the line?
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Gant.
Mr. Gant, please unmute yourself.
Commissioner Secretary, please come back to Mr. Gant.
Yes. D. Donovant. Ms. Donovan, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. We can hear you.
Terrific. Okay. Gee, had to do a lot of work to get the video going. If you will just give me one moment, as I wrote everything down. To start off with, yes, I'm Denise Donovant. It'd be great if I could get this to work now. And first is the role. I'm a parent, adult parent, parent of adult children. I am a first-time grandmother during this COVID crisis. This is all very hard. And I'm just saying that to say that beyond anything else, the timing is beyond atrocious. Okay, and here it is. I finally found it. Okay. Denise Donovan, I'm a Black American senior, over 60 years old, a new grandparent since COVID-19, DC resident, homeowner of one of the few surviving co-ops, and business person. I'm a contractor, a situation that many of us are in, not by choice, but necessity. I live in the 7th Ward. I'm an East Capitol Gardens cooperative homeowner, east of the Anacostia. This is a heartless time to consider a rate hike by PEPCO. I'm so overwhelmed that I am not free to see my family. Rate hike for profit during this pandemic. Hear us, this is wrong. I reject rate case number FC1156, the PEPCO rate case, also known as the price hike. At this time, the cost of my electric bill has doubled without a rate hike. For safety from the pandemic, I am fortunate to be able to work from home. But now I take on the cost for this. More cost for everything essential to live. PEPCO, like the many corporations, benefit from the increased cost of living without any specific increase. Adding any more is so insensitive to the plight of the people. I only hope to continue to be employed. Everyone does not have this option at this time. Triple risk as a Black American, senior, and child care provider of a newborn during the COVID-19. I want to stay safe, and it is so hard. I fear so much for myself and loved ones. The idea of PEPCO using this time to further line pockets with profit from societal distress of a pandemic, heartless. I'm personally compelled to write testimony against the price hike because I can. Freedoms are stepped on so often without a choice. We must speak up when we can. I can, so I am engaging in this case with testimony. I would prefer to add any extra cost to my expenses by adding to my food budget, since cost has gone up here too. I have to rely on my neighbor's generosity for getting food. Again, safety. I used to get my food delivered. We are surviving based on the generosity of our community, not that of big business or PEPCO. PEPCO doesn't need a price hike. How much more is gained by people working from home? At least $10 per month more. I think the increase stated as conservative. As I said, my bill has already gone up from greater use. Consider the fixed incomes in my community of seniors. An increase will certainly be felt in my DC community. I wish to thank the Commission for allowing this testimony and urge you to continue to provide space for transparency and participation in the rate case. We must reject the rate case in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call James Farrell. James Farrell, are you on the line? Next is Antonio Levy. Antonio Levy, are you on the line? Next, we call Abigail Ullman. Ms. Ullman, I see you. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Abigail Ullman, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. I'm testifying today as an individual to urge the Commission to reject the PEPCO rate case. As a PEPCO customer, this rate hike will significantly affect not only myself, but all district residents who depend on PEPCO for energy. PEPCO's proposed price hike would raise energy prices by approximately $10 per month in the first year alone. This is unacceptable, especially in the middle of a pandemic, which has not only placed a large financial strain on thousands of DC residents, but has also forced us to stay inside our homes much more, significantly increasing our energy bills. At the end of August, PEPCO reported that over 50,000 customers, 1 in 6 DC customers, have been unable to pay their electricity bills during the pandemic. PEPCO's proposed price hike would make energy and cost of living increasingly unaffordable for more district residents at a time when we need reliable electricity more than ever. Energy is a human right. DC residents should not have to choose between buying food and paying their electricity bills, especially when leaving their homes due to lack of electricity means exposing themselves to a deadly disease. At a time when over 147,000 residents have filed for unemployment, this price hike is unnecessary and cruel. Further, PEPCO and its price hike cannot be trusted, and parties who have testified otherwise have clear financial interests in the rate increase, having received hundreds of thousands of dollars from PEPCO and having PEPCO executives sit on their board of directors. PEPCO does not actually need the money they would generate from a price hike to operate the electricity system. PEPCO Holdings made $110 million in the first quarter of 2020 alone. And last time PEPCO applied for a price hike, the Commission found that PEPCO should actually decrease prices, not raise them. PEPCO has clearly demonstrated that they care about profit over people. PEPCO's proposed price hike would place additional financial burden on DC residents without contributing to DC's clean energy goals. PEPCO has flatly admitted that their price hike would not fund deployment of clean energy technology, which would lead the district off track in its goal of 100% renewable energy by 2032. PEPCO has clearly shown that they will not hesitate to harm district residents and the environment in the middle of a pandemic to gain more profit. This is unacceptable, and I urge the Commission to reject the price hike, upholding the PSC's mission to serve the public interest by ensuring that utility companies provide safe, reliable, and quality utility services at reasonable rates for DC customers. In a time when access to affordable, reliable electricity is more necessary than ever for DC residents to stay safe, work, and learn from home, PEPCO must not be allowed to raise rates and further burden district residents for the sake of gaining more profit they do not need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we call Vaughn Thomas. Vaughn Thomas, are you on the line? Next, we call Dr. Sheila Brooks. Sheila Brooks, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me today. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the PEPCO multi-year rate setting proposal. I'm Dr. Sheila Brooks, founder, president, and CEO of SRB Communications. Our certified business enterprise is a full-service advertising, marketing, and public relations agency that specializes in multicultural markets and content production. We've been located in Ward 2 for 28 of our 30 years in business in Washington, D.C. We provide brand awareness and communication services to several of the agencies in Washington, D.C. and throughout this country, primarily energy and utilities, higher education, transportation, and government agencies, and Coliseum and Sports Authority clients. And for any business, the ability to carefully budget for the future is foremost. So I appreciate the multi-year approach to provide advanced baseline revenue and budget information that clearly explains what the process the utility would use to project expenses. Approval and implementation of this forward-looking tool would also both foster productivity and cost control while providing benefits that are not only measurable, but qualitative and quantitative for all customer classes. It's also significant that the Commission's ability to conduct judicious reviews as well as clearly outlining to assure the appropriate level of accountability and transportation is consistently maintained. PEPCO has been a long-time strong commitment to good corporate citizenship, supporting numerous community development activities while also providing programs to assist vulnerable seniors and low-income residents. Diversity and inclusion initiatives are also part of PEPCO's core foundational values in outreach to the community. And as a Black business owner in Washington, D.C., PEPCO's commitment to addressing the economic development of the Black community through increasing its annual Black business spend, as you've heard so much today, as part of this rate increase is very important to me. This strategy would help PEPCO be a leader in addressing profound issues that Washington, D.C. and this nation faces. And since the onset of the COVID-19 crisis, the utility has acknowledged that many more citizens and businesses and faith-based institutions and others are now economically threatened. But in response to this multi-year plan, it proposes expanding several of its ongoing relief offerings, including a freeze of energy delivery rates at current levels more than 18 months until January 2022. Additional relief proposals also offer payment plans up to 24 months for customers impacted by COVID-19. And that establishes a small business bill that the deferral program, longer-term payment plans to help restart the economy, and rate discounts to nonprofits and houses of worship. The multi-year plan would also provide PEPCO with the ability to create long-term budgets that would keep energy affordable for customers, create hundreds of jobs, and bolster the local and regional economy by more than $500 million. That said, in conclusion, I urge the Public Service Commission to strongly consider a balanced plan that supports the growing needs of the District of Columbia. Thank you in advance for your consideration and for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Kevin Anderson. Kevin Anderson, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Chairman Phillips and members of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Anderson, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak at today's community meeting about the multiple benefits that I see in PEPCO's proposed multi-year plan. I've been a resident of the District of Columbia for 25 years. I've seen the city change dramatically from where it was in the early 90s, and mostly for the better. It is for this reason that 6 years ago, I chose to double down on my investment in this great city and open Standard Title Group and Standard Legal Group. STG and SLG are DC-based, boutique and specialized real estate settlement and related legal services companies. Standard Title Group handles real estate settlements of all shapes and sizes, with a particular focus on our ever-growing network and client base of real estate developers and entrepreneurs within the Washington, D.C. metro area. Standard Legal Group is the arm of our company that handles general real estate-related concerns, and more importantly is the entity that handles all of our condominium conversion work. We have seen our pipeline of condo projects grow from just a few small conversion projects when we opened our company 6 years ago to a current roster of condominium projects topping almost 100. These conversions range in size from 2-unit conversions of our DC row house to through ground-up construction of multi-use projects in the opportunity zones across the city. We are proud of the hard work and perseverance it took to achieve this type of growth and excited for what the future holds for us and the citizens of this great city. Those in the real estate development profession, like all others, find the current pandemic we are living and doing business in quite challenging. And let's face it, no one wants an energy rate increase, particularly during these economic times. But I come to you today to add my voice to this discussion because I see real benefits from what PEPCO is proposing. And I want these benefits to be realized by the district residents and small businesses like mine. PEPCO is proposing to modify the electric utility rate making construct to a multi-year plan filing. Unlike PEPCO's previous rate making filings, this proposal is about more than a simple rate adjustment. Rather, what is being proposed is a comprehensive change in the way in which PSC regulates our local utilities' energy rates. This is significant because the current process has been in existence since the PSC began oversight. So why a substantive change at this time? Currently, PEPCO performs the work needed to enhance the district's power grid, retain technical competence, and maintain the system. Then they come before the PSC to seek reimbursement for their expenditures through a rate adjustment request. Historically, rarely has received a one-for-one cost recovery in its rate adjustment request before the PSC. As a small business owner, I simply would not remain in business if we were unable to recover expenditures. The proposed multi-year plan shifts the way the PSC authorizes new rates while protecting customers and enhancing accountability. To this end, if adopted, the PSC will review what PEPCO plans to spend before those investments are actually made. Then, every year, the PSC will review PEPCO's spending and performance to hold the company accountable. This examination of planned expenditures is exactly how any successful business operates and brings the District of Columbia in alignment with 39 other states, which have adopted similar rate-making approaches. Moreover, from the customer side, we are provided with advanced information on planned projects and initiatives. This plan is then approved and the utility must execute on the plan and perform accordingly. The multi-year plan proposes deferring the distribution portion of bills for up to 2 months and allowing small businesses to pay the balance over an 18-month period. This gives companies a chance to catch up. In addition, the enhancements which PEPCO proposing in their modification to their original multi-year plan filing have a number of components which support small businesses. For example, a company is proposing to freeze its distribution rates for all customers for 18 months until 2022, and then only seek a 1.5% increase for the period of 2019 and 2022. Considering that the district has not had a delivery rate increase since 2014, this is quite substantial and will help small businesses as we work to recover from the pandemic. I know a number of small business owners sorry about that. I know a number of small business owners who are seeking debt financing to get through this rough period and appreciate that PEPCO is proposing in this plan a provision for no interest loans to allow small businesses to increase our energy efficiency. Moreover, we value that they are proposing to retain job creation and low contracting while deferring $60 million in capital expenditures. Clearly, this is a critical component of the multi-year plan as we look for contracting opportunities with PEPCO's myriad of construction projects to improve reliability. Commissioner Phillips, we look to you and your fellow commissioners to give PEPCO's multi-year plan your consideration. This plan will bring rate making into the future, and it is good for small businesses such as mine and in turn the District of Columbia's economy. As I mentioned from the outset, I've lived and worked in the district for more than 25 years. The economic impact this pandemic has and will continue to cause has the potential for putting thousands of small businesses such as mine out of business. We can't afford to roll back all those years of progress, growth, and prosperity, but it will take the fortitude and courage of our elected and appointed government officials, such as yourselves, to ensure that this doesn't happen. We stand ready to help in any way we can. You only need to say the word. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Mathis Pauston. Mathis Pauston, are you on the line? Next, we call Barbara Morgan. Barbara Morgan, are you on the line?
She already spoke, Brenda.
Thank you. Alan Cottrell. Alan Cottrell, are you on the line?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sharon Cottrell, and I'm a lifelong DC resident of Ward 4. I'm not affiliated with any organization, nor am I compensated for my testimony today. I'd like to thank the Public Service Commission for this opportunity to hear my comments regarding PEPCO's proposed multi-year rate increase. I'd also like to thank the Office of the People's Counsel for their continued advocacy for DC residents and for keeping us abreast of all utility issues and facts. Considering this is the third rate increase request since the merger between PEPCO and Exelon, asking for another one now I feel is absurd. For every rate increase, PEPCO has received at least a third of their request. Now PEPCO is asking for additional money. Why? I don't understand the logic nor the need for a $132 million multi-year rate increase. As noted by previous speakers, PEPCO really hasn't shown any reason for these increases, nor do they expound on how DC residents will benefit from them. As a result of all of this, I am strongly opposing the proposed rate increase, formal case 1156. Thank you again for this opportunity to express my opinion.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Hillary Kaser. Hillary Kaser, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Lavinia Wolford. Lavinia Wolford, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Stephanie Rones. Stephanie Rones, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Amanda Farnan. Amanda Farnan, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Sharon Goods. Sharon Goods, are you on the line? Next, we'll call.
There's Bruce, can you please move caller 486? She's, Patricia Stocks should be speaking on for that name. She checked in, earlier. It's calling user number 28.
Can you hear me?
Please?
Who's speaking? We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, identify yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. And who are you, please? Identify yourself, please.
Patricia Stocks.
She's speaking for Sharon Goods' name, Brenda.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can
Please
hear me
proceed.
now.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. I'm Patricia Stocks. I live in Ward 6. When bills arrive through the month, seniors, families, and heads of households have a task balancing their checkbooks. Today's pandemic has made personal financial management even more challenging, particularly for those of us who are retirees. Regardless of your energy usage, expense predictability allows you to plan accordingly. That's why PEPCO's proposal of a multi-year plan for reviewing electricity rates helps retirees like me. If PEPCO was able to plan its budget for the next 3 years, customers won't see big, unexpected spikes in their monthly electric bill. A review of this proposal shows it preserves all the existing protections and programs for low-income residents, including the Residential Aid Discount, RAD, that covers the entire distribution charge for qualifying customers. PEPCO has also said that it has in place a rate credit program that benefits senior citizens and disabled people who do not qualify for the RAD program. This means that these customers will see their rates decrease for the duration. With the extension of funding for the residential customer base rate credit through December 2021 and extending payment plans up to 24 months for customers to pay down any balances accrued during the pandemic, PEPCO is putting forward programs to help residents like me live more comfortably. We really have to do a better job of making certain that utility customers aren't negatively impacted by regulatory proceedings and unanticipated costs for delivering electricity. Opponents have asked the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia to withdraw the filing related to PEPCO's proposed multi-year rate plan. But this will negatively impact the progress DC residents are making in charging their clean energy future. Moreover, the Commission's procedure will not automatically result in an adjustment to customer rates, and this is critical to seniors on fixed incomes. Also, how does delaying get us where we need to be? Already considerable work and resources have gone into the current process, and it is time to act. PEPCO's plan is a step in the right direction for my checkbook. Withdrawing the plan before the Commission is not in my interest. Allow the proceedings to move forward so the Commission can rule on the plan and let the district align with the other 39 jurisdictions in the country, which have adopted a similar approach to rate making. Most importantly, allow fixed income seniors to have some future predictability in our energy bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Melvin Hardy. Melvin Hardy, are you on the line? Next, we call John Moore. John Moore, are you ready?
Already spoke. Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you. Adam Baker. Adam Baker, are you on the line? Next, Andrew Arbach. Andrew Arbach, are you on the line? Next, Soyeon Park. Soyeon Park, are you on the line? Next.
She's on the line. She is on the line. Bruce, can you move her over, please?
Hi, Ms. Soyeon Park.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I need to shrink my screen so that I can see my notes.
Go ahead. We can hear you, so take your time.
Okay. I'm sorry. I shrink my screen. Is it a function of being a speaker now that I can't shrink the screen?
I'm not sure, but if you could just summarize for us what your comments are, and speak to us now, please.
Okay, my name is Soyeon Park. I'm with the Micro Business Network. I represent small businesses, owner-operated, locally owned and independently operated small businesses with fewer than 25 employees. I am testifying today to oppose PEPCO rate case 1156. And I urge the commission to also oppose the rate case. For the majority of DC residents, 2020 has been a year of extreme austerity. Likewise, for small businesses, either revenue has dipped dramatically or many are closing only a few months into the pandemic. Those that are trying to hold on are still operating at a significant loss. In stark contrast, Exelon's shareholder dividends have increased 20% and Pepco's income has increased 30% over the last 5 years. Even with this increased revenue for Pepco's most vulnerable workers who ensure our safe utility service, their wages remain stagnant. If Pepco as a public utility is going to promote profits for itself and its shareholders and not consider the well-being of its workers or consumers, we call on the Public Service Commission to step in. With rate case 1156, Pepco has told customers that rates will not go up until 2022, and that when it does, the increase will only be minor. But that is not true. Of particular concern to the microbusiness network is that certain commercial customers will see an increase of over 70% in volumetric rates in 2021 alone. At the very least, Pepco should freeze rates, if not provide outright discounts like the city of Seattle. It would be great to see the commission's leadership and require the 50 and 60% discounts that Seattle City Light and Seattle Public Utilities have offered its customers. It may take quite a while for the district to recover from the economic impacts of the pandemic, but Pepco's proposed relief programs last only a year. We expect that if Pepco won't extend relief programs, that the commission require it. In fact, COVID-19 relief programs are needed right now and should not be tied to a massive rate increase or the passage of this rate case. The commission should go further and require that payment plans begin with partial forgiveness of unpaid bills. Small businesses like low-income residents and the elderly are juggling right now to pay rent and basic utilities and barely making it. Not addressing these needs will end in mass evictions and vacant properties, which will have reverberating impacts to the economic recovery of the city. We urge that the commission reject this rate application. With the profits from the first quarter alone, due to shelter orders, Pepco should provide more programs to eliminate late fees and reconnection fees, provide retroactive discounted service to consumers experiencing hardship, extend payment plans, extend the disconnection moratorium until joblessness and underemployment are remedied and economic recovery is well underway, forgive utility bills which are accruing now at alarming rates and continue to accrue month after month. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. The residents of the district are counting on the commission to take leadership to work with residential and commercial ratepayers in good faith when the public utility will not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parr.
Next, we'll call Rosa E. Lee. Rosa Lee. Next, we'll call Richard Theus. Richard Theus, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Jeanette Ken.
Hello?
Yes, hi, Ms. Ken.
Hi.
We can hear you. Are you set?
No? I am. Okay. I'm called Jeanette Ken. Good afternoon.
Ask everybody to please mute your line. If you're not speaking, please mute your line.
Hello?
Yes,
ma'am, we can hear you.
Please proceed.
I'm called Jeanette Ken. Good afternoon, commissioners and community participants. Thank you for allowing me to come before you today to share my understanding of the benefits of Pepco proposed multi-year plan and its enhancement. I have observed firsthand the changes and evolution our city has undergone. Consequently, I want to offer my voice as the Public Service Commission considers PEPCO's alternative rate plan. I understand the multi-year plan will provide customers with greater certainty and predictability regarding future rate increases and more transparency around PEPCO's performance. Additionally, it allows those of us who are on fixed income to project, budget, and plan our household energy expenditures. I have watched the district take on the mantle of a true national capital with new neighborhood services and an expanding real estate market. Certainly, with such expansion, there is an increase in demand for energy and new technology to advance our progress. By granting PEPCO the ability to develop long-term, to develop a long-term budget across multi-years, the Commission will secure a rate freeze for seniors like me and enhance energy affordability for low-income customers. This is important as we deal with COVID-19 and are in the homes consuming more electricity with our computers, TVs, smartphones, and iPad. Also, a rate freeze until 2022 will help the local economy recover from the shock we are all experiencing during this pandemic. Like members of AARP, I look to PEPCO to continue to work to protect retirees, seniors, those on fixed incomes, and low-income residents. I appreciate that PEPCO is extending their existing energy assistance program, their residential customer base rate credit, and the senior discount program. Moreover, I value their continued assistance for customers impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, including suspending services disconnection, waiving new late fees, and reconnecting customers who were previously disconnected. This is critical to all of us. This is why the multi-year plan makes sense to me. But PEPCO is integral part of the community and clearly has compassion for seniors and those experiencing economic difficulty.
Could you conclude your comments briefly, Ms. King?
Thanks for listening to me. Oh my God.
It appears we're having some technical difficulties. We thank you for your testimony, Ms. King.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Sheila Reed. Sheila Reed, are you on the line?
Yes.
Thank you.
So do I just start reading?
Yes, we can hear you.
Whenever you're ready.
All righty. Good morning. Good afternoon, members of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia and community members. My name is Sheila Cross Reed, and I am the owner of Avanti Real Estate Services, a local real estate services business located in Columbia Heights, founded more than 2 decades ago. I'm also the former chair of the District of Columbia Board of Zoning Adjustment. Thank you for allowing me to present today. Clearly, during these economic times, no one wants an increase in any of our household expenditures, be that food, water, or energy. However, We all continue to consume these resources, even with the pressure of uncertainty. Furthermore, every one of us holds the expectation that PEPCO will continue to serve our critical energy needs throughout this pandemic. Also, we expect the company to continue its infrastructure investments and to maintain and increase reliability. As a District of Columbia resident and small business owner, I want to know what in this rate proceeding benefits me and my neighbors. PEPCO's enhanced multi-year rate plan filing includes important provisions that offer certainty and relief to business owners and others who need support during this challenging time. PEPCO is offering to freeze electric rates for all customers until 2022. Additionally, they are offering a small business the ability to utilize a payment plan for up to 2 years to allow us time to spread our energy payments out and catch up. This gives me the type of certainty I need to make more informed decisions for my business. The proposed plan offers increased funding for the Residential Aid Discount Program, a program which is critical to relieving the energy burden on low-income individuals. This is important to many district residents, including some of the employees of my construction company and the subcontractors, so I value this. Lastly, the plan proposes the creation of a zero-interest loan program for small businesses with a focus on those in designated opportunity zones to upgrade lighting and other equipment to reduce future energy. This is smart and aligns with the district's Clean Energy Act, which will help future generations who will call the district home. Commissioners, small businesses are the lifeblood of this community, and I join a host of others in being grateful for your continued oversight and also in PEPCO's involvement in the support of the communities. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Hillary Kaser.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, you can. I can't believe it. All right, that's wonderful. You can still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm very grateful to the to Ms. Doe and to Ms. Carmen for bringing me back in, because I was here before and I couldn't unmute. So thank you all for all your work and for this opportunity, and for all the other people who are out here today on behalf of this important topic. My name is Hillary Kaxer. I am an individual. I'm not representing any organization, nor am I being paid. And I firmly and soundly oppose this rate hike. And I will tell you various reasons. People before me have spoken so eloquently to many of the issues as far as people struggling now with COVID and all the history with the merger. I love these ideas about making it a community utility. But the specific reasons that I am opposing it today that I wanted to put on record with you was, first of all, I assume that you know about, and perhaps has been mentioned in other testimony today that I didn't hear, but on Friday, September 25th, the Energy and Policy Institute reported that Chris Crane, CEO of Exelon, who took over PEPCO back in 2016, Chris Crane, the parent company CEO, got over $15 million in salary and benefits in 2019. And he's not these massive windfalls for executives are throughout that parent company and are extremely harmful for us customers and ratepayers. This proposed rate increase, which I oppose, is almost $136 million that PEPCO wants because of Exelon. We call it PEPCO, but PEPCO is currently making for Exelon about $145 million profit every year off of DC residents. So this is still, regardless of all this talk about stabilization, the proposal would increase residential bills this year and in the next 2 years. And the most important thing to me is the climate goals. PEPCO doesn't attempt to support these. PEPCO doesn't need this price hike, and it's going to hurt a lot of people. Please stop the price hike. And I don't know how much time I have left, but I'd like to read you something that was written a long time ago that will at least maybe make you remember my testimony that much more.
You have about 30 seconds.
Met we in forest or by rushy brook or in the beach, the margin of the sea, to dance to the whistling wind, but thy brawls have disturbed. Therefore the winds in revenge sucked up from the sea contagious fogs falling in the land, every pelting river overbore their contents. The fold stands empty in the drowned fields. Sweet summer buds are filled up with mud. The seasons alter. The spring, the summer, chilling autumn, angry winter change. The amazed world now knows not which is which. And this evil comes from our debate, from our dissension. We are their parents and origin. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your eloquent testimony. Thank you.
Next, we call Raymond East. Raymond East, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thank you.
I want to thank our members of the Public Service Commission for taking my response. I don't receive any commission or compensation for these remarks. And I want to greet Commissioner Phillips and Commissioner Beverly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I also want to thank all the District of Columbia residents who have spoken. We have a couple of diverse views, but I find myself on the side of the majority of people who have testified today opposing this rate increase, at the very least, to delay it. I live in Ward 8, have been there, and I'm pastor of St. Teresa of Avila Catholic Church, a church 140 years old in Ward 8. I'm a 23-year resident of Ward 8, and our most famous representative or neighbor was Frederick Douglass. If you go up at his house, and he's 2 blocks away from our church, if you go up, there's a big porch overlooking the District of Columbia. And now a beautiful bridge with arches is being built. His name, it's a white bridge with white arches. But to me, if Frederick Douglass was looking out over the project, he said this would be a bridge to nowhere, and certainly not to Ward 8. It's a bridge to nowhere for 3 reasons. First, if granted, we'd be forced a 3-year rate increase. And even though it says that increase is timed out, our residents in Ward 8 have no choice but to pay the increase. Secondly, I agree with Reverend Holloman that this charge takes many of our residents from paycheck to no check. That is, we have one of the highest rates of unemployment in the district. We have the highest rate of homelessness, the lowest wages in the district, and the least opportunity. We find ourselves in all kinds of opportunity deserts. And there's one more reason. Why won't PEPCO make any deal to improve the lots of the citizens in Ward 7 and 8 and to agree on a proposition that helps to combat climate change? And we go from these arches, and I propose an alternative. Ward 8 residents like me who are forced to pay increases are asking for a program that would have a green benefit, a new bridge. I have green faith that we'll do the right thing, that the Public Services Commission will do the right thing and reject this proposal because a green bridge would go in the right direction. First, it would provide jobs, green jobs right now, and a living wage for all those who already have jobs for low-wage jobs with PEPCO. It would guarantee a rate increase that would provide them a living wage. Secondly, it would provide green investment in our citizens, especially Black contractors. $500 million spent last year for construction and only $11 million for Black contractors. Black contractors matter, and they deserve a much larger share which is representative of the Black population here. Finally, we need green infrastructure. A green infrastructure will help us meet our DC climate goals for 2032. I think we can do this if we get another chance to delay this rate increase and then instead to go on. I speak in union with our Washington Interfaith Network pastors who have already spoken, and we urge PEPCO to reconsider and the commission please withdraw and deny this rate increase. This rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Rosa Lee. Rosa Lee, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming back to me. I will make my comments brief, but thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm a resident of River Terrace community and have lived, and I'm a member of the WIN organization. I've lived in River Terrace for 34 years, and when I moved here, I knew very little about Pepco, except that they produce electricity and we had to pay. For years, thanks to the efforts of Mr. George Gurley, a community activist, I was given a great education about Pepco. And I have also received a greater education about Pepco just listening to the testimonies of others today. But I do want to go on record that saying as a public monopoly, Pepco owe it to us to not request a rate increase at this time. I think a rate increase it's a bad time as a result of the global pandemic that we're in and the employment situation of many persons in this community, especially Black residents. So I'm basically going on record saying that I'm not speaking for the whole River Terrace community, but I am speaking for myself as a resident of the community that we oppose a rate increase at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we call Jonah Goodman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jonah Goodman. I'm in Ames Commissioner for District 410, Ward 4. I'm testifying today to request the Commission reject Pepco's request for a rate hike. While I wish I could provide testimony citing more data points in this filing, I know that I personally was sent filing changes from Pepco just 4 days ago and venture to guess that most of the residents I represent in DC will be impacted this, likely haven't even had a chance to read these updates. Second, these came out after the deadline to testify here today. We're doing a tremendous disservice to the residents of DC by having incomplete data in Pepco's filing and now last minute updates. Ward 4 has seen the highest rate of COVID cases in the district. Ward 4 also has one of the highest portion of seniors living in DC. Combined, these households are going to be the hardest hit by these rate increases. The reality here in my community is that Ward 4 mutual aid can't keep up with the demand for donated groceries from our neighbors and who are simply trying to survive at the moment. Today, we're talking about whether we should raise electricity costs for them to keep their refrigerator running or their computer working for remote schooling. Pepco's request offers ways to defer payments, but lacks any deep empathy or understanding of the financial anxiety for most. Families have been devastated economically. Delaying payments to a time when Pepco will then also be increasing future rates only compounds the issue. Pepco's consumer assistance programs are nice on paper, but unless we are guaranteeing safety nets for every person who needs it, it's not enough to offer help to some. Asking consumers to contribute to assistance programs to help neighbors instead of Pepco lowering costs is embarrassing. We can see the community interest in this case through the amount of people who have waited hours to testify already today. What this doesn't reflect, but which the Office of the People's Counsel does represent, are the residents who don't have the privilege to be able to wait hours to join this hearing. I'm asking the Public Service Commission to listen to the Office of People's Counsel, which represents us, and reject Pepco's request to increase their profit margins during this global emergency. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we'll call Claudia McCoy. Claudia McCoy, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Enid Doggett. Enid Doggett, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Sharon Pooh. Sharon Pooh, are you on the line? Next, we'll call Brenda Deaver. Brenda Deaver, are you on the line? We may have to come back to Ms. Deaver. Herman Rip Preston?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Herman Preston. I'm appreciative for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding PEPCO's filing of its multi-year plan, which is being considered before the Public Service Commission of the district. This plan deserves your careful attention to its provisions affecting the residents, small businesses impacted by COVID-19. I live in Ward 5 for many of my neighbors who are seniors, retirees, who have worked and contributed to the quality of life for the District of Columbia. I feel that the enhanced benefits from the multi-year plan will help those on fixed income, particularly during COVID's pandemic. I consider myself fortunate to live in Ward 5. It is our numerous small retailers among the 12th Street corridor, including Yes Market, the hardware stores, some local restaurants, certainly the new Union Market, and the redevelopment around our Catholic University area, which brought in bus boards and port and others further to expand our restaurant choices. Families in the ward and its people of Ward 5 with our diverse and large homeowner population, which really makes the ward a great place to live and raise a family. I think we all agree that no one wants an energy rate increase. We can't afford one or one that is unpredictable. This is one of the benefits of the PEPCO purposes multi-year plan, because it includes certain rate certainty, which improve the importance to all of us, particularly those of us on fixed income. And during this pandemic, rate certainly is invaluable. I'm a part of a chorus of people who value that PEPCO is proposing to forego rate increases till 2022. This rate freeze will help all customers, particularly those who are facing economic uncertainty during the pandemic. But the company has gone further in proposing a arrearage management provision, which will expand income eligibility limits on low-income residents who are behind on their energy bills. This is particularly important as many have seen their income reduced during the stay-at-home order and may have fallen behind on their energy bills and mortgages. It is helpful to Ward 5 retailers that PEPCO is offering to extend its budget billing program to help small business moderate payments. This will assist retailers as they manage their energy costs. Further, through the multi-year plan, small business will have the ability to defer their distribution portions of their bills up to 2 months and can pay the balance over an 18-month period. Many Ward 5 businesses will welcome this. I'm aware that there are those who oppose this multi-year plan and have expressed concerns with PEPCO's proposal. We understand some of the concerns expressed around the rate determination error, which PEPCO has made in its filing. Unfortunately, PEPCO identified the error and notified to the Commission and opponents, and then corrected it. Now that the data's errors will not have affected the residential or the small business cost rates, consequently, none of the current objective raised to the concerns to justify delaying the processing and denying the public purpose of the multi-year benefits, especially when we need a rate freeze, extension of customer base rates, expansion of residential aid discounted programs, and rates discounted for our churches, our nonprofits. In fact, we need this now more than ever. So we look forward to the Public Service Commission to move this proposal forward with all due speed. Simply put, we are ready for PEPCO's multi-year plan to be adopted. Thank you for your time and attendance.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Preston.
Next, we call Gretchen Wharton. Gretchen Wharton.
Yes, I'm here.
But she's calling. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Phillips and members of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia. My name is Gretchen Wharton, and I'm chair of Shaw Main Street, a nonprofit supporting and promoting retailers in the Shaw neighborhood. Also, I'm a native Washingtonian who has lived in Shaw all of my life. Thank you for allowing me to present to you today at this rate hearing. No one wants an energy rate increase, even during the best of economic times. But when I reviewed information about PEPCO's filing in formal class FC1156, I saw several specific benefits for our Shaw Main Street's businesses. The multi-year plan allows business owners to better predict and budget for future energy costs. Moreover, it offers flexibility so PEPCO can make innovative adjustments in how it is responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is vital to Shaw Main Street's retailers and neighborhood residents as we deal with both the ravages of the pandemic and this summer's civil unrest. More than 30 Shaw retailers sustained damage ranging from broken windows to theft of tens of thousands of dollars of equipment and inventory. The hard work and investment made in the Shaw community is something we treasure, and as we rebuild, we need our energy supplier to be a partner in this effort. Since 2003, Shaw Main Street has been creating a sustainable, self-sufficient business district where residents and visitors can live, work, shop, play, pray, and learn within a vibrant, walkable community. With well over $3.5 billion in development completed and more on the way, Shaw is the heart of the city. From the new Whole Foods Market on Florida Avenue, Apple at Carnegie Library, Shaw is an integral part of what makes the District of Columbia great. We view this alternative rate-making proposal as PEPCO's effort to support businesses by providing certainty around energy costs and other benefits. This will go a long way in helping us to recover from the economic impact of the pandemic. Our businesses need predictability, and PEPCO's proposal will help Shaw businesses as they position themselves for recovery. Equally important, the utility is proposing to continue investing in the local energy grid, even as it defers the $60 million in capital expenditures over the next 2 years. This will allow the company to mitigate rate adjustments and freeze rates at their current level until 2022. This freeze on distribution rates offers needed support as businesses struggle to survive. We have heard that much is being made of the fact that during these proceedings, PEPCO notified the Commission and opponents that it found an error in calculating rate determination for certain classes of commercial ratepayers. I am glad that they caught this and corrected it. However, I'm not certain that this justifies restarting these proceedings, which have gone on for more than a year. It would be unfortunate for all of the small business benefits to dissipate due to a data error. We encourage the proceedings to continue. Evaluate the proposal appropriately and let it stand on its merits. Shaw Main Street supports the multi-year plan's provision to extend the budget billing program to help small businesses, like those who are members of Shaw Main Street's moderate payments. This will be useful as utility payments can be spread across operating budgets. Further, through the multi-year plan, our retailers will have the ability to defer the distribution portion of their bill for up to 2 months and can pay the balance over an 18-month period. This will assist Shaw Main Street's retailers as they work their way back to recovery. Thank you to the Commission for continuing to engage the community, albeit virtually, during the pandemic. Shaw Main Street is glad to be able to advocate for businesses and to support the benefits provided by PEPCO's multi-year plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Rick Lee. Rick Lee, are you on the line? Next, we call Daniel Flores.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly. My name is Daniel Flores. I'm the Vice President of the Greater Washington Board of Trade. And thank you again for the opportunity to comment on PEPCO multi-year rate plan. As we've heard before, the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged businesses and communities and has depleted budgets across the Washington region and the U.S. The last few months have been incredibly difficult for everybody. The District of Columbia economy has been significantly impacted, and revenue losses are at unprecedented levels, which means that difficult choices and decisions have to be made. Our economy is heavily dependent on the hospitality industry, and this is a service field that relies on people being present to be served. This change our landscape significantly. Corporations are not exempt from this impact. Our traditional way of doing business will be changed for the unforeseeable future. The impact of business is directly impacting those that are employed by these very entities. Without employment, so many are struggling, and the ripple effects have been particularly devastating to our community. Now, with that said, it is now time to begin rebuilding. It's never too late to start this. However, we must do so on understanding the science that is related to this pandemic, act in accordance while moving forward in a way that does not threaten the progress that has been made. The enhanced proposal PEPCO filed in its recent multi-year rate plan includes important provisions that will provide certainty and relief for all customers during these more challenging times. I want to recognize the efforts made by PEPCO to freeze rates until 2022, the final year of the multi-year plan, and the other programs offerings that will provide the relief required to survive what will likely be the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Now, the Board of Trade do understand the critical of ensuring that the power supply to our business and homes remains strong. Ongoing investments to ensure safe, reliable, resilient, secure, and sustainable energy helps to drive the local economy. Through the employment and contracting opportunities for local and diverse businesses, we must begin rebuilding the local economy, and the electricity sector is even more important today to that transformation. PEPCO proposed several enhancements to its multi-year plan with the Public Service Commission to address the impacts of COVID-19 and respond to issues raised by stakeholders, parties to the proceedings, and the Commission. The modified plan freezes electric distribution rates for another 18 months for all customers, extends the customer base rate credit, and expands and proposes new customer support programs to aid those who are struggling most due to the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, as mentioned before. This means that PEPCO DC customers won't see an increase in energy delivery rates until 2022. The last energy delivery rate adjustment request was made back in 2017, when customers saw a small rate reduction. In addition to deferring any increases to energy delivery rates until 2022, PEPCO proposes a series of programs and funds to help customers during these difficult times. These programs include the extend existing of create new payment plans to provide up to 24 months for residential and small businesses, customers to pay down any balances accrued during and for a period of time following the pandemic. The company's budget billing program will be extended to small and medium commercial customers. The company will apply any residential and small business customer deposits on hand to pay down balances accrued during the pandemic, and PEPCO will make $100,000 contribution during the shareholders fund. Contribution using shareholder fund, create a good neighbor energy fund, among other things. These programs offerings will assist residents, small business, houses of worship, and nonprofits. With these proposals, small business owners, such as restaurants and retail establishments, are provided the confidence to open up shop and create a sustainable business for themselves and their employees. We must all do our part, and it is interesting as I reflect that we are submitting these comments in the context of a rate adjustment request. However, it is in the context of this proceeding that assistance is being advanced at levels that did not previously exist. PEPCO has struck the balance between paramount service continuity, relief for all of its customers, and an awareness of the need to advance protections simultaneously. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Rick Lee. Mr. Lee, are you on the line?
I'm out. And then she said, but now their departments have opened back up. So they have to go back to their departments.
Whoever's on the line.
They're just leaving all this stuff hanging.
Hello? Hello?
So that's where that lady, Miss Anderson, went. I guess she
I
went
think we
back.
have to come back to
She was
her
one of the
speaking
people
on this.
that.
Yes. Next, we call Mike Siegel. Mike Siegel, are you on the line? Next, we call Jonathan Vera. Jonathan Vera, are you on the line? Next, we call Pastor Clifford Beckford. Pastor Clifford Beckford, are you on the line? Next, we call Stephen Stein. I'm sorry, David Stein. David Stein, are you on the line? Next, we call Abraham Moomin. Abraham Moomin, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes.
we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you on this important issue. I am Ibrahim Mukman, a longtime resident of the District of Columbia and a supporter of African American and human rights issues. As a civic leader and neighborhood development consultant, I pay close attention to the deepening needs of residents. Meeting the demands of electricity in a sustainable and cost-effective way is one of the greatest challenges we face under normal circumstances. And today, with COVID-19, this crisis is keeping so many quarantined at home and dependent on safe and reliable power. Strategic forecasting is required more than ever before. It is true, we as a community are struggling. Therefore, this proposal will benefit many with a better understanding on how our electric bills will be structured over time. PEPCO's multi-year rate plan is designed to address our essential community electricity obligations while increasing billing predictability for most customers. Under the auspices of my continuing commitment to work closely with and represent neighborhood residents, senior citizens, faith-based organizations, businesses, and schools, I am pleased to know PEPCO's enhanced proposal offers a variety of relief options to its customers, particularly those impacted by the health crisis. Important provisions of the proposal include holding all electric rates stable for the next 18 months until 2022. PEPCO is also increasing its residential aid discount program funding and offering payment plans up to 2 years to further ensure the ongoing reduction in the energy cost burden on low-income individuals. Additionally, recent PEPCO announced its Community Scholars Program will provide grants to UDC and some other community colleges and support students as gap funding reinforces that workforce and career development opportunities, including for apprenticeships, will provide a pool of local talent, which is critical to the company's commitment to the community. PEPCO's provision of near-term relief helps to support the critical needs of an increasing number of residents in our community during this pandemic is particularly significant. The multi-year plan is structured to balance our future needs with the current challenges confronting our city, including the most vulnerable among us. At the same time, PEPCO's proposal assures that current system upgrades and normal maintenance requirements will continue during this period. While these supportive actions are appreciated, I recognize that at some point, rate adjustments will be required to cover costs. I also understand that continued investment in the electric system that sustains our community's health and safety is essential to our collective future. Since the onset of the multi-year plan application process, we have seen a concise and transparent example of what PEPCO has done to inform its customers of the plan and its benefits in creating a more technically advanced and progressive rate determination platform. I have seen where critics have requested the proposal be withdrawn. These enhanced benefits and other proposed actions are even more meaningful considering the fact that Pepco customers have not experienced a rate increase since 2014, while many projects and initiatives to maintain and improve our electric grid infrastructure continue to rise. My research has shown that adoption of the proposal helps align the District of Columbia with over 30 other states across the nation with similar forward-thinking plans. I encourage you, Mr. Chairman and members, your positive consideration of Pepco's multi-year plan while protecting customers, especially those that need it most during these difficult times and into the future. Thank you for the opportunity of providing this testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next we call Emily Dorso. Emily Dorso, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for hosting this meeting to solicit public comment on Pepco's multi-year plan. I'm a native Washingtonian, and for some time I've been tracking Pepco's new forward-thinking proposal for rate determination. I'm trusting that many of the benefits described I have read about will not only improve the safe delivery of reliable energy, but support the district's recovery during our current crisis. I'm writing to you to express my view that this alternative approach, when adopted, can provide a more modern approach to adjusting our electric rates. The plan also puts the District of Columbia in parity with nearly 40 other states who've instituted their own versions of alternative rate making. First, I believe it is time for the district to make a big commitment to environmentalism and renewable energy. We are going to have to make some dramatic changes and make important infrastructure investments that will help guide us toward being a cleaner and greener city. Pepco's proposal is structured to support those goals and move ahead together with our citizens to build a stronger, smarter, cleaner energy future for our communities. I also appreciate the plan creates enhanced accountability through Public Service Commission oversight. Although Pepco has a good record of supporting its customers, it is important that we have a strong review process in place. I believe Pepco's inclusion of increased public oversight mechanisms in their plan is a clear indication they are operating in good faith. Pepco has also taken this opportunity to enhance its proposal to help customers, businesses, institutions recover from the impacts of COVID-19. For example, rates will be frozen at current rates until the beginning of 2022. The customer base rate will be extended through 2021 with up to 24 months payment plans for those impacted by the pandemic, and rate discounts for nonprofits and faith-based institutions are being proposed. Finally, I was happy to see that this plan will provide us with clear and set rates that residents like me can use to project our energy costs every year. As someone who appreciates the value of a budget, this plan will help me manage my bills. I think everyone deserves fair and consistent utility bills, and this plan will allow Pepco to provide that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we call Troy Tomlinson.
Hello?
Troy Tomlinson.
Good afternoon. Mr. Tomlinson had an unfortunate business commitment that has conflicted with this opportunity. So I'm speaking on his behalf, and I know that he and I appreciate the opportunity to share his comments at this public meeting.
May I have your name, please?
My name is Nisha Tomlinson.
Thank you.
No problem. Over the past few months, as the world and the District of Columbia reacted to the COVID pandemic crisis, as a longtime homeowner in Ward 4, on behalf of my family and business, I began to keep tabs on what steps different organizations throughout the city and service providers took to support their customers. In my research, I learned that Pepco's quick response to prohibit all power disconnections and provide financial relief to customers who were experiencing economic struggles. Although I have been lucky to be financially stable throughout the crisis, I am happy to know we have organizations like Pepco ensuring the most vulnerable among us have security during uncertain times. Pepco's response to the COVID-19 crisis is a great example of how they truly have the interests of the District of Columbia citizens at heart. and provides the rationale behind why I'm writing today to express my support for their proposed multi-year plan. As we move on to the recovery phase of this crisis, one thing people will be looking for is stability. I think there is no better way for PEPCO to help provide financial predictability to residents than having set and fair rates for power consumption. We also need reliable and secure service. This is the key to our economic stability and growth. It's also the key to our ability to look towards alternate energy generations that customers can choose from, and PEPCO has shown its commitment to moving towards that. We all understand that rate increases that impact the budget of homeowners and businesses deserve thoughtful consideration, and we understand that, many are not in favor of even raising the topic during this pandemic, if at all. I do note, however, that we have not experienced a rate increase from PEPCO since 2014. Their multi-year plan also commits that all such work to maintain and improve upon our electric grid system and its infrastructure is ongoing, while our rates remain frozen until 2022. And of significant import to me is that the Commission's oversight and public review of PEPCO's accountability is ensured to continue on a regular basis. I believe this plan will bring long-awaited stability to our utility bills that will benefit everyone. I trust PEPCO and I trust their plan and look forward to the Public Service Commission's fair consideration of the full proposal and its benefit and its consideration as it relates to the benefit of customers. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Cornelius Ilogu. Cornelius Ilogu, are you on the line? Next, we call Rayna Ashkew.
I believe we have Cornelius on the line. Unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ilogu, perhaps we'll come back.
I saw him. I want to give him an opportunity if he can.
Okay.
There we are.
Thank
We can't hear
you.
you. We still can't hear you, sir. Okay, unfortunately, I believe we have to circle back.
Okay. Next, we call Rayna Ashkew. Rayna Ashkew, are you on the line? Next, Angela Wilson. Angela Wilson, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angela Wilson Turnbull with the Washington Interfaith Network, representing over 40 institutions and tens of thousands of DC residents and allies. We have had over 100 residents trying to join this hearing with some challenges. As the prophet warned us in the book of Sirach, we are not to delay our turning to do justice. We are not to rely on our wealth and accomplishments to say we've done enough. As a community and as individuals, we must continue to act for justice. Corporate leaders like PEPCO must do more to achieve equity in our capital city. We're asking PEPCO to act on WIN's agenda for the public interest to help implement Care for DC, the corporate accountability and racial equity campaign for good jobs, fair compensation for contractors, improved local hiring, investing in Black local businesses, addressing 77 acres of land at Benning Service Terrace at the Service Center, and addressing affordable green energy and wealth and credit returns to our hurting communities. PEPCO must invest its talent, money, and assets in creating jobs for people living in our poorest wards. PEPCO must do long-term strategic business planning in partnership with WIN and other allies to improve minority training and hiring into family-sustaining jobs, jobs with health insurance and a pension. PEPCO must take affirmative steps to include Black institutions, residents, businesses in its long-term planning. For example, in exploring and implementing new technologies, including green tech, PEPCO must reach out to Black students, workers, educators, Black institutions, Black businesses, and others with deep interest in our city's neighborhoods. Those voices are often sidelined and silenced. PEPCO has the resources to bring Black voices into the mainstream and make them heard among those who influence high-level decision-making in DC. PEPCO must insist that our elected officials whom PEPCO lobbies to influence regulatory decisions also ensure robust funding for education, including training, apprenticeship, and other vocational training that benefits our most disadvantaged citizens, including returning citizens. It would be premature for the Public Service Commission to decide profit rates for PEPCO. First, PEPCO must address some key interests to our community. PEPCO's ability to raise its rates and increase its profits, and Exelon's profits and shareholders' returns must be conditioned on a social compact, a social contract to achieve equity in DC. WIN congregations and our members have a huge stake in that compact. Let us do right by the people who provide these profits for PEPCO, not sometime in the future, but right now. People's lives are depending upon this bold action. We ask that you take bold action and do right for our people. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Next, we call Karen Shannon.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Karen Shannon. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. As a part of the restaurant community of Washington for more than 40 years, I appreciate the chance to participate in today's hearing and weigh in on the proposal, the PEPCO plan, that we believe will assist businesses in need and could actually support the survival of DC independent restaurants. So I speak in support. For more than 20 years, I operated an Italian restaurant on Connecticut Avenue in Northwest DC. Since then, I've remained active in the industry through various management and consulting positions. Additionally, I've been intricately involved in all issues of the DC restaurant world as a Restaurant Association board member since 1990 and now a director emeritus. I offer this background on myself to support an historical perspective of the many challenges and financial obligations facing restaurants, utilities being one. However, I have more recent experience stepping back into an ownership role with a pop-up business on Georgia Avenue Northwest for most of 2018. I cite this endeavor in particular as at that time my electric bill was surprisingly higher than I had anticipated. Just a few short months after opening my small, mostly carry-out with a modest income stream, I had to go into a PEPCO payment plan. I requested one and received assistance, and I honored this plan even after closing the shop. Also, as I evaluate my options for diving back into the business and recreating my pop-up as an established brick and mortar, this PEPCO proposal becomes a critical point of my analysis. COVID-19 thwarted my efforts in this direction, but I am hopeful with support such as that one supposed by PEPCO in its enhanced plan, my dream can be realized. So bear with me a minute. I want to give you a little bit of statistics. With our current climate amid an unprecedented time for our country and for commerce overall, the restaurant industry, perhaps more than any other, has suffered significant sales and job losses since COVID began. Across the country, estimates are that 8 million jobs have been lost, accounting for more than 2/3 of the entire restaurant workforce nationwide. In DC, where 96% of full-service restaurants are independently operated, these businesses have been hit the hardest. In the city, restaurants reduced staff by an average of 93%. In the Washington area, 40% of all restaurants closed their doors at the start of the pandemic, and many that are open now are experiencing minimal sales of 70% reduction. Now, after restaurants have navigated the phases of opening this spring and summer, every restaurant is struggling with a new dilemma: how to maintain their operations when the weather turns colder and most seating capacities will be diminished. How can revenues sustain the expenses of winter? How can this industry once again contribute to the city's economy? So in light of these dire statistics, you might think that the position of the restaurant industry would be against Pepco's proposal. Not so. If the president and CEO of the Restaurant Association, Kathy Hollinger, had spoken today, she would agree with this. Pepco has been a great supporter of the small business community and is proactive and creative in its thinking of how to provide meaningful relief. Pepco's plan, now pending before the commission, will provide restaurants and their employees with a helping hand as they navigate the uncertain and tumultuous times. The freezing of electric distribution rates for all customers for the next 18 months will help restaurants plan. Also, small business bill deferral and the payment plans to help restart the economy are a value-added asset. Restaurants are an industry built on gathering and bringing people together. Because so much of our future is unknown, the freeze and other enhancements will help provide restaurants with clarity and certainty during uncertain times. Specifically, payment plans for up to 2 years will help provide a level of economic stability and forecasting, enabling restaurants to focus on ramping back up, hiring more employees, and serving more customers. These mechanisms for support are tailored to the unique needs of our industry. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask that you consider FC1156 so that all may benefit from the proposed customer enhancement. Pepco's plan shows a commitment to assisting its customers and in turn supporting our entire community's effort to rebuild during and after the pandemic. I am aware that critics of Pepco's proposals are out there. I have actually listened to the testimony all day. There's no time for the specific rebuttals. I was going to try that, but in the interest of time, I will not address them and I won't offer that. I will say it seems that the Pepco multi-year plan is an improved way to address the realities of utilities in any metropolitan region like DC. So as a member of the District of Columbia's restaurant community for most of my career and commiseration with all my fellow owners and associates for many years, I welcome and commend Pepco's efforts during this challenging time. And I thank you today.
We thank you for your testimony, and we thank you for representing the Restaurant Association.
Next, we call Andrew Arbach.
I know it's been a long day, commissioners. My name is Andrew Arbach. I'm the owner of Rivendell International, a small communications firm in DC. I live in Ward 3. And just parenthetically, I serve on the DC Historic Preservation Review Board, but I'm speaking today in an individual capacity. So thank you for allowing me to come before you. We're living in an unprecedented time, and now more than ever, we want to provide comments on the filing that is before you. This filing and proposed alternative rate making is creative, forward-thinking, and aligns with the district. More than 30 states which have approved a similar version of regulatory review. I fully appreciate the task before the Commission as you weigh differing perspectives related to Pepco's proposal. However, in reviewing the submission, it seems apparent that Pepco is making a concerted effort to balance a progressive rate-making model with district residents and small business interests. Pepco's filing enhancement and its public benefits seem to accomplish this. I'm pleased to see the District of Columbia leading the way in renewable energy with legislation which the Sierra Club praises as having the strongest clean energy requirement in the nation. We're positioned to ensure that all of the city's electricity will come from renewable sources by 2032, more than a decade before any other energy-conscious state. Importantly, the multi-year plan enables PEPCO to be an equal partner in the district energy planning and conservation process and introduces renewables and other tactics into the system while taking advantage of new technologies that can improve system performance and meet ratepayers' changing energy needs. The plan helps PEPCO to better detail how it will build, budget, and forecast for a smarter power grid, more widely incorporate solar and innovative energy conservation effectively. Moreover, this plan appears to provide PEPCO with the flexibility it needs to assist the district in meeting its Clean Energy Act goal of implementing a 100% renewable energy target by 2032. Such an ambitious goal requires significant coordination with our local energy providers to make sure that we have a safe, solid, and sustainable framework in place for the future. That's why I believe it's crucial for PEPCO and this proposed multi-year plan to be given every consideration. One of the modifications which PEPCO made to their original multi-year plan was to change the one-time reconciliation to a true-up actual revenue and costs at the end of the multi-year period. This is an important concession as it creates rate predictability and certainty for the entire period and reduces overall administrative and filing burdens. Also, this is a more efficient use of the Commission staffing resources and those of us who will continue to be part of this process. Because of the proposed multi-year plan, lets PEPCO more accurately predict its overall budget in future years, it affords customers greater predictability as well. During these times, it's welcoming to see the impact that this plan will have on the local and regional economy in the areas of job creation and general economic activity. As a small business owner, I can unequivocally say that we need this level of post-COVID economic development. With the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia continuing to monitor PEPCO's proposed rate changes and ensuring transparency in its plans for modernizing the power grid, the proposed multi-year plan appears to be a positive step forward for our city as we take critical steps to ensure a cleaner energy future for generations to come. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I appreciate your making the time for me.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we call Brenda Devereaux. Brenda Devereaux, are you on the line? Okay. Next, we call Nikki Davis. Nikki Davis, are you on the line? Next, we call Lance Bailey. Lance Bailey, are you on the line? Next, we call Carl Mason. Carl Mason, are you on the line? Next, we call Eric Azoyan. Eric Azoyan. Next, we call Sharita Norris. Sharita Norris, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharita Norris. I am currently a resident of the Washington, D.C. area and a laborer. I am here to testify in opposement to PEPCO's request to increase electric rates. This is my first time speaking in front of a public agency. And I had to take time off work to speak with you today. However, I know it is important that you know how PEPCO treats its workers who are contracted out. I have worked for a union contractor for 2 months. I have worked for Positive Construction Solution, LLC, a PEPCO contractor for almost half a year. I made $14 an hour, and I did not have health insurance at all. My wages were incredibly low, especially for this area. I struggled to cover my bills monthly. You cannot survive off $400 per week. Since I started working for a union contractor, I am making more money and I have health insurance. I have rights on the job, and I have hope that I can make a career in the constructive industry. The work me and my coworkers perform is crucial, very crucial to keeping the lights on in DC. We are essential workers. And despite the global COVID crisis, we show up to work on construction projects when we are called. If it is 100 degrees or 0 degrees, we work outside in the cold. In the middle of the DC streets, sorry, I'm very nervous.
Take your time. Take your time. You're doing great.
All right, I work outside in the middle of DC busy streets, which is not only difficult but dangerous. PEPCO is asking to increase its rates by $135.9 million over the next several years. Even the company's revenues are increasing, and its parent company, Exelon, continues to increase payouts to shareholders. But what about the workers? PEPCO increases its profits by keeping their wages down. Exelon CEO made over $15.4 million last year. I stayed 6 months and made $5,200, and would have made $10,400 that year working for PEPCO. Does this sound fair to you? There was so much turnover when I worked for a PEPCO contractor because the wages were so low. The constant turnovers meant that there were a lot of new workers who didn't know what they were doing or job. I was pushed out of my position for speaking up for myself. There were times where I brought up my training due to negligence and was reprimanded for it rather than using it to increase our safety awareness. I would have stayed if I was treated with dignity and if I was paid fairly for the work that I did. PEPCO says the low wages and no benefits of its contracted out workforces are not its problem because it just hires contractors. PEPCO uses us as an excuse and says that if workers get paid more, customers' rates will increase. This is false. I now work for a contractor who pays good wages and offers benefits. Why can't PEPCO? Because they are more interested in paying themselves than paying the workers like myself who do the back-breaking work in the streets for the contractors. PEPCO's contractors, workers deserve better. DC and our community deserve better. If you tell PEPCO to treat its contracted out workforce better and with dignity, they will. But I know that they won't do it on their own. I ask you reject PEPCO's request to increase rates. Unless PEPCO requires its contractors to increase their workers' wages and benefits, unless we have protection, PEPCO will continue to profit off low-paid laborers. I would like to know if my coworkers can speak at this time.
How many coworkers do you have with you?
They're on the list, but we had technical difficulties.
Okay, so are they with you now where you are?
Yes, sir, they are. They are right here.
Quickly.
I would like to say thank you for letting me speak, and I'm sorry for being nervous.
No, I have
Good
to tell
evening.
you were wonderful. You represented yourself and your union well.
Thank you.
Who do we have here?
Eric Azine. Good evening, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly. My name is Eric. I'm here to testify in opposition to PEPCO's request to increase electric rates. It's important for you to know how PEPCO treats its contracted out workers. As a laborer, I frequently work in DC, performing work for PEPCO contractors. Inside the trench box to servicing new residential communities. My starting rate 3 years ago was at $14 per hour. If I received a raise, it was a minimum wage, just meeting the minimum wage standard in the city. While working in the industry, I saw how common it is for laborers working for PEPCO contractors, making the minimum, few benefits. And me and my coworkers, we're just seeking for opportunity where we could get our work's worth. Me and my coworkers deal with cold temperature, extreme heat waves outside, exposing ourselves to complicated jobs. dealing with live electricity when we're doing the work. Pretty much exposing ourselves to danger. In the construction industry during this pandemic, me and myself, in my case, I could say that it's taken a turn for a change. You know, we don't know what to expect. I don't know if you guys have children. I do. We seek, they're taking online courses, virtual learning, like we say. You know, my wife, she would bring, you know, that extra money into the household. Now she had to leave her job to actually put the kids through school, online learning. And what does that put me? It puts me in a position where I have to seek for overtime. If it's not overtime, I have to look for another way to make money. You know, so this is why I'm calling, you know, letting you guys know if Pepco is asking for this, you know, think about it twice and make sure the workers benefit out of it, especially the construction workers. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
How you all doing?
Good.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity, along with my coworkers. My name is Lance Bailey, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Pepco's request to increase the electric rates. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
okay.
We can hear you.
Awesome. Again, like my coworkers, this is my first time speaking in front of any public agency, so I'm a little bit nervous. But I took the time today to come together with my coworkers to just express how we feel about how Pepco treats its contracted out workers. I worked for a non-union contractor for over a year. Before, when I worked with a non-union contractor, unfortunately, I did not have any benefits, any bennies. I didn't get any raises. My pay was $13 an hour. And unfortunately, even in DC, where the minimum wage was, remember, $14 an hour, I was still getting paid to $13. So that was also an issue. For the past year and some change, I've worked for a union contractor. I see the difference, not just in my paycheck, but also the working conditions, the way I'm treated on the job. And I see that there's actually a path for me to be able to improve my quality of life, not just cover my bills, but be able to move my family ahead. Like my coworker before me said, us as essential workers on the front line, we're exposed to all the elements. We're exposed to COVID-19, and I've also am concerned about my future. We as essential workers, we keep the lights on in DC. Construction workers, we are essential. Despite this global COVID-19, we show up when we're called. No matter what the weather is. So what we're asking is for our concerns not to fall on deaf ears, and we're asking you all to please consider that if in fact Pepco is going to benefit from this, that we as the workers that are also going to be having to pay higher rates, that we also benefit as well. My coworker talked about the constant turnover and what that means to us, the low wages that these contractors actually pay. I believe that Pepco's construction workers deserve better. DC deserves better. If you tell Pepco to treat its contracted out workforce better, they will. They won't do it on their own. I ask that you reject Pepco's request to increase rates unless Pepco requires its contractors to increase their workers' wages and benefits. Unless workers have protections, Pepco will continue to profit off low-paid labor. I pray that you take action and you can make a difference in the lives of hundreds of workers like myself and my coworkers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. The next witness we're going to call is Brian Lederer. And Mr. Lederer, if you're joining by phone, can you please use star 33 to raise your hand?
Star 3.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Star 3 to raise your hand.
Commissioner Secretary.
Yes, sir.
I believe we're at the end of the list. It's been a long day. And I'd just like for anyone who signed up, called in, and waited all day, if you have not been called on, please press *3, and we would like to hear from you. We do not want to leave with anybody on the line who's waited and has not had an opportunity to speak.
Sir, may we have Mr. Vaughn Thomas, who's on the line now and ready to speak.
Please proceed.
Hello. Hello.
Thank
Can you hear
you.
me now? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Beverly, for holding this public hearing for FC1156. My name is Vaughn Thomas. I'm a business agent for Liuna, Local 11. We represent more than 3,500 members across the DMV. About 1/3 of the members are DC residents. Most of our members are employed underground utility infrastructure construction. What we have noticed is that we are at a huge wage disparity among the different types of utilities, construction projects. With DC Water and Washington Gas projects paying higher wages and PEPCO projects paying lower wages. This is because PEPCO contract out construction is dominated by non-union contractors who pay as little as possible to win the work for PEPCO. In a race to the bottom, and the workers are suffering from low pay and no benefits. As part of your discussion in the rate case, we at Liuna, Local 11, ask that you request PEPCO to adopt the labor standards to address the race to the bottom of the project workers. Thank you very much for allowing me to call back, and I apologize for earlier.
No worries. Thank you. We're glad to have you. All right.
Okay.
I believe we had a few folks who did raise their hand. Let's hear from them now. They will be called by the Commission Secretary.
I need a moment to get the names together, sir. Thank you.
Everybody just pause for a moment. We're not going to recess. We're going to push through and make sure everyone has an opportunity to be heard.
Chairperson Carmen Davis is going to call the telephone numbers for the speakers, and then they will give us their name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Bruce, we have caller 18-240-380.
Yes, that's me. Thank you very much.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Nomvoyo, and I stand with my pastor, Reverend William Lama, from Metropolitan AME, and also a member of Washington Interfaith Network. So I just want to also say, Public Service Commission, you represent the people. All I have to say is deny FC1156. It is a pandemic. It is immoral. People are suffering while CEOs are making millions of dollars. And so it is only just for you not to consider FC1156. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, next is caller 76, Bruce 202-832.
Hi. Good afternoon, members of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia. I'm Henrietta Smith, founder and president of Vital Business Solutions, a District of Columbia-based firm offering coaching, management, assistance, and restructuring services to meet the changing needs of any professional climate. Thank you for providing the opportunity to share my thoughts of PEPCO's multi-year plan now being considered by the Commission. As a native Washingtonian, a DC resident, and a DC business owner, I truly appreciate the flexibility offered by a multi-year plan and the relief it offers. PEPCO also denoted that it would extend several existing energy assistance programs, including the company-funded customer base rate credit for residential customers, an additional 9 months through the end of 2021, by extending existing or creating new pay plans to provide up to 24 months for residential customers to pay down any balances accrued during the pandemic, as well as after for a specific amount of time. DC residents can better plan their budgets and allocate more money for food and personal items they consider crucial at this time. I am aware that there are voices suggesting that this is not the time to even consider increasing our electric rates. Often you will read articles from CEOs about the pandemic, COVID-19, and more recently the protests against the country, but it's not often that a proposal is written with such an investment to give back to the DC community for an extensive amount of time. This pandemic has traumatized so many DC residents are worried about paying PEPCO utility bill should not be one of their problems at this time. However, my review of some of the available information describing PEPCO's enhanced proposal for its multi-year rate plan shows PEPCO truly cares about me and our DC residents. I recognize the careful thought that went into this proposal and the true commitment of community support and corporate partnering that PEPCO is exhibiting to DC residents. PEPCO shows me and my neighbors they truly care about us. I am thankful that PEPCO is acting as a true corporate partner to our community during this difficult time. Please find the appropriate balance regarding the importance of PEPCO continuing its important work, which impacts our quality of life and helping residents through these times with new programs that can help them withstand these times. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 78, the phone number is 202-829. 202.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you.
Good. Great. I've been waiting a long time here. Good afternoon, members of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia and community members who have joined us for today's community meeting. My name is Brenda Devereaux, and I am pleased to share my opinion of PEPCO's multi-year plan filing under consideration today. We are living in an extraordinary time, and those of us who are longtime District of Columbia residents find our city's evolution remarkable, exciting, and full of wonder and promise. As chair of the Paul S. Devereaux Memorial Lecture, I am proud of our commitment to providing a forum for dialogue to inform, delight, and educate future architects of the District of Columbia. The Paul Devereaux Memorial Lecture commemorates the life and legacy of my husband, Paul Devereaux, FAIA NOMAC, a noted African-American architect whose award-winning structures have helped to create a new spirit in Washington, D.C. So, as a resident of Shepherd Park, D.C., since 1977, and a current member of Ward 4 Arts, Humanities, and Creative Economy Commission, I look for models that would make our city an even greater place to live. It is with this level of leadership in mind that I look to the Public Service Commission, PSC, of the District of Columbia, as I share my opinion on the benefits of PEPCO's alternative rate-making proposal, the multi-year plan. Unlike previous PEPCO rate-making filings, this proposal is not simply about a rate adjustment. Rather, what is being presented is a change in the means by which the PSC regulates utility delivery rates. The current process has been in existence since the PSC began oversight, so we certainly want to pause and consider why a change is needed. Currently, PEPCO's rate reimbursement is done, as I understand, by post-work. Essentially, PEPCO performs the requisite work needed to enhance the district's power grid, retains technical competence, investigates new technology, which comes with a price as we go deeper in studying cutting edge in the new technology, the new paradigm, a new look at Nikola Tesla's AC technology. Consider this. Then I further understand that PEPCO comes before the PSC to seek reimbursement for their expenditures through a rate adjustment request. The proposed multi-year plan shifts the way that the PSC authorizes new rates while protecting customers through enhanced accountability. This is important to me and other residential ratepayers in the district because it provides for the PSC's annual review and oversight of PEPCO's spending, while at the same time, it provides for the PSC to conduct an annual evaluation of the utility's performance, which is very important. This gives us the checks and balances that we want in our system. Further, this new approach brings the District of Columbia in alignment with over 35 states, which have adopted similar rate-making approaches. Clearly, those commissions also see the benefit of forward-looking rate proceedings. While I am interested in all the benefits which the multi-year plan offers the district residents and small businesses, what strikes me most is the proposal to freeze rates until 2020 and expand the residential assistance programs in need. These provisions are clearly needed during this pandemic economy, and I am encouraged by PEPCO's continued efforts to support the small business community. As with any change, opponents to the multi-year plan, there are those who oppose the plan because change is uncomfortable, and there is concern that the commission's oversight might somehow be diminished. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, it appears that there will be increased oversight since the commission will be conducting annual reviews of the utility's performance. Also, there are opponents who argue that the entire 16-month proceedings should be PEPCO made a rate determinant error in its ballot. What is logical error, brought it to the attention of the commission and publicly corrected it. Moreover, the error had no impact on residential customers. Commissioners, we are all living in a time of unusual challenge, and I believe in your leadership. PEPCO's multi-year plan proposal deserves your consideration because it brings the rate-making change for progress and economic benefits, which we would not see under the current structure. I thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you this evening. Thank you again.
Thank you. We thank you for your patience waiting to speak today. Next witness.
Yes, just a couple more. Caller 74, the phone number is 410-900.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me this time. It's my second try.
I can hear you. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Father Cornelius. I am a pastor of St. Luke's Catholic Church in the Archdiocese of Washington here. I'm also a resident of Ward 7. I've been a resident for over 7 years. I would like to set on record that I am opposed to PEPCO. I'm here in collaboration with Washington Interfaith Network, a great organization of faith-based communities that fight to help those who are kicked to the curb. And speaking about kicking one to the curb, I believe PEPCO has done so and continues to do so to DC residents for far too long. And like we say in the streets, if somebody gets away with it, then he's going to do it again. This company had turned a blind eye to the sufferings of the people, especially during this pandemic. How can a company that made over $110 million the last few months be asking those who are struggling to get by for a few more, $136 million? I think this is a clear example of a company being tone deaf. Rather than ask for a hike in price, I think PEPCO need to work on its sensitivity problems. And at this time, I know we are going through a lot of trials and tribulations. And so this is not a time to even bring such a topic up. It's not even a time to think about a price hike. PEPCO had an unhealthy relationship with our community. And this unhealthy relationship is what WBE describes as things falling apart. When the center can no longer hold, the falcon no longer hears the falconer, and things will fall apart. If we don't put a check to how PEPCO does things, and especially how they want to increase the rates for communities and residents of the District of Columbia, things will eventually fall apart, and the center will no longer hold. And so I'm here to ask that rather than speak about price hike, PEPCO should need to reinvest, give back to the community some of the things that they have promised. Number one, PEPCO needs to hire a little bit more, not a little bit, need to hire more local residents. I live here in Ward 7, and I can tell you there's not a lot of Ward 7 men and women who work with PEPCO. And that's a shame. PEPCO also needs to invest in Black-owned firms, local firms. There is nothing as immoral as using $500 million in projects, and only 11 of that went for Black business, Black contractors. PEPCO needs to fix its inequality problems and stop asking for more money. As a pastor of St. Luke Catholic Church for the past 7.5 years, I have to come up with over $3,000 to $4,000 every month to pay PEPCO. So definitely, I'm not looking for an increase. And so my friends who are in the Washington Interfaith Community Network. PEPCO also needs to act and reinvest in the 77-acre and Benning Service Center. They need to use that land for the community, uplift it, and not let it look raggedy like it is right now. We're complaining about people being kicked out of the community, people being kicked out of Washington, D.C. That could be a piece of property that could be used for the community. PEPCO also needs to increase its greening energy in order to attain clean energy goals that this District of Columbia has set for itself. Beautiful goal. And finally, PEPCO should stop asking for an increase and rather focus on and even decreasing some of her bills. If PEPCO truly cares about our community, then some of the profits that it has made over the past couple of months should be used to wipe out some of the debts of low-income communities. If they truly care, then they must reinvest and give back, not in words, but in action, back into Ward 7, Ward 8, Ward 5. That is my appeal. And so I'm asking this Public Service Commission, you able commissioners, I'm asking you to vehemently reject this PEPCO proposal for multi-year rate increase. It is unprecedented in the District of Columbia for us who are residents here. It is insensitive. It is downright morally wrong. It is unwarranted, and it's inhumane, especially as people deal with the death of their family members, as they deal with contracting this COVID-19. I thank you for giving me the second opportunity to testify today, and I ask that you please don't let us down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again for your persistence, sir.
Next is caller 75-202-246.
Hello, this is Enid Doggett, and I wanted to make sure you could hear me. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Ms.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. I want to first thank all of you for your patience today and the way that you've dealt with the varying opinions that you've received. I am a resident of Ward 5 and an owner of a business in Ward 5, Inspire Media, and I am also the former communications director for a labor union, the American Federation of Government Employees, and I also worked with the coalition to bring the Clean Air Energy DC Act to fruition, which, and I'm an advocate of renewable energy. That said, I'm also an advocate of the PEPCO rate, multi-year rate increase, and there are a lot of reasons why, and a lot of them have to do with my expert knowledge of what it takes to do this particular, to provide electricity and to provide services for our community. That said, as an African American business owner, I want to add my voice to this discussion because of the benefits that I see Pepco has done for the community and a lot of the things that they are proposing to do for the community and to provide economic remedy for the businesses that are suffering through this particular pandemic and the financial shortfalls that the pandemic has brought about. I think that the proposed multi-year plan will also help the Public Service Commission and how you authorize new rates. And finally, I want to say that I think that it's going to be the rate making of the future. And I also think that I want to thank you in advance for this time to let me testify on behalf of this rate increase, because I do think this is of benefit to the community and the low-income community as well. Thank you. And my full testimony.
We thank you. Thank you so much. Commission Secretary, do we have anyone else, or is that the final last word?
One more.
There's one more.
Yes. Erica Wadlington.
There we are.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the indulgence for allowing me to provide comments. My name is Erica Wadlington, and I am the Director of Public Policy with the DC Chamber of Commerce. By way of background, the DC Chamber has been the voice for all businesses here in the city for over 80 years, proudly serving a diverse membership of nearly 1,400 member companies, ranging from small startups, CBEs, mid-sized firms to larger corporations. The DC Chamber has continued to uphold its commitment to delivering the capital to businesses and citizens. We provide invaluable tools to help businesses develop, improve their business climate, and attract new businesses to DC, while inherently empowering residents through economic growth and sustainability outcomes. Our mission, in many respects, aligns with the undercurrents of today's hearing. Pepco has proposed to adjust customer rates through a forward-looking plan that is consistent with proven business principles. It is critical to evolve and to not be stagnant. This construct that is currently in place has largely been adhered to for the history of the company. And if we took a moment and reviewed the rate making nationally, one would find that an overwhelming majority of states have adopted alternatives, and the time has come for the district to do the same. I recognize that change is not always easy, and I've taken the time to review the concerns expressed by some of the stakeholders. What is important to underscore is that the preponderance of concerns involve transparency, accountability, and oversight. The plan that is before the Commission addresses each of these areas, and you, the Commission, continue to possess the authority to exercise oversight annually over Pepco and executing against its approved plan. Further, it affords you a higher level of oversight concerning the proposed budget. The framework will hold Pepco to a higher accountability standard for remaining in the budget for work that is approved and executed. As structured, the proposed plan will enable enhanced adaptability to align with the District of Columbia's priorities. The period that is upon us would have been unimaginable this time last year. However, we must reorganize and set forth a course that is consistent with the current state of affairs while driving towards a full recovery and economic resurgence. Critical infrastructure powers the future. Residents and businesses rely even more today on a safe and consistent supply of electricity. Our quality of life and economy is dependent on it. The electric system has to be maintained and remain the secure, which requires investments to achieve. Further, it must enable the district's climate change goals, which will support the green economy that is and is resulting. I am clear that this is not the most optimal time to be discussing a rate change, and as it impacts all. Pepco recognizes this as well, and I want to acknowledge the filing it made earlier in June, clearly enhancing the plan with direct benefits to customers. What is also notable is that the company proposed to reduce its return equity and to forego tens of millions of dollars. In addition, the company advanced a suite of programs that would provide the relief that virtually every customer group needs at this time, including proposing to not only allow rates to go into effect until January 2022. The filing reflects great care and awareness. Finally, as the company moves forward, there will be an enhanced benefit to the entire region, in excess of $500 million and over 800 jobs into our local economy. As a leader in the voice of businesses, the DC Chamber recognizes such actions are needed to enable the resurgence referenced earlier. In addition, I respectfully request that the Commission act on the programs that will provide relief to customers now. Being on the front lines with businesses, we know that it will be welcomed as we reopen and restructure considerate of the science. I respectfully request your consideration of a proposal that is considerate of the company's need to operate while protecting our customers. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspectives.
All right, we thank you, and we thank the DC Chamber for participating. All right, I'm going to give myself 30 seconds, and then I would like Commissioner Beverly to close us out. We're done a virtual community hearing, and I think it went exceptionally well. Just a reminder, everyone, please file any comments that you want to make that you didn't make today in the record on our website, formal case number 1156. Recording of today's hearing will be available within 48 hours on the Commission's website. So with that, I turn the floor over to Commissioner Beverly.
Well, I'd certainly like to thank everyone for sticking with this long enough to share their comments, especially those people who waited to the end of the day. Having sat through the whole thing, I can understand how some of you are tired, so I appreciate that fortitude. I would like to hear or at least see the written comments of people who testified today, particularly those who had some detailed points or points that they were trying to make that I may not have been able to write down quickly enough to capture everything. So I'd like to be able to see those whenever you can submit them. So not just the things that you didn't say. I'd like to see in writing the things that you did. So with that, I certainly don't want to keep anybody, if anybody's still there, I don't want to keep anybody here any longer than we've been. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that concludes our community hearing. Good night.